Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Orange County Board of Education. Um, So first of all, we'll have roll call. Daru?
Trustee Valdez,
Here.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Sparks,
Here.
Trustee Williams,
Present.
Trustee Barkey.
Here.
Okay, I'll ask for adoption of the regular meeting of January 4th.
Madam President, I make a
2023.
motion to adopt the agenda with some changes to it.
Okay,
Change number one is, it's not done properly. The information item number two, the parent rights policy that Mr. Valdez has introduced, that's on the agenda. I'd like to put that before the board recommendations, and then put informational item Sunburst video after item number 11. So it's just reversing things. So I make that motion for the adoption.
I'll second it.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
So for purposes of us who are trying to follow you, can you restate what it is that you're doing with that?
Yeah, so we're just going to move around the agenda here. What I think is improperly communication information, the parental rights policy that Mr. Valdez introduced really is a board item. And I don't think it's going to be formally adopted tonight, but I think its introduction more under appropriately the board recommendations be proper. And then information item on the Sunburst Academy video, I made the motion to make that after the OC and equity grant is discussed.
So
So what number goes where?
you're gonna have information item, Sunburst video after the number 11. And I think,
The parental rights policy
Parental-
before.
but that still would just be a discussion because it's not listed as an action item. So it can be moved up, but it wouldn't be moved to an action item because it hasn't been posted in the backup, but your attorney can address that.
Right, so it's a board item. I mean, it's a technicality. Our board policy allows a board member to put it under an action item, which it wasn't. But I don't think in my discussion with Mr. Valdez that he's ready to make it an action item. It needs to be taken input. So it just remains a board item and not so much an information. It's a technicality. I don't think makes any difference in what we're going to be doing tonight.
Okay, and just for the record, that it was put there by the executive committee, so in terms of, we knew that it was a board item from the board, but because they thought it was gonna be discussed, that's why it was placed under information and discussion, so.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have the right order. So it's going to go,
So these are right after the, number 11.
Okay.
There would be the discussion on parental rights.
No,
Okay.
that was before 11. It would go before 11.
You want it before 11?
Yes,
Okay,
that was what
Okay.
but under board
Proposed.
recommendations, correct?
But,
yes.
yeah, under,
Okay.
it's a technicality.
It just becomes number 11.
It becomes
right?
number 11.
Okay.
That's
It becomes
what
the
I'm-
number 11,
that's what I'm
and then
trying-
my action becomes 12, and the informational
Okay.
items go under informational items.
Okay,
That's how I would have made the agenda.
okay,
And the board already voted on that, so it's done.
perfect. All right, moving right along then. So we've adopted that. Moving along to approval of the regular meeting minutes of December 14, 2022.
I'll make a motion to
Have a
adopt the
second?
minutes.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Do we have any public comments, Nina, related to closed session?
Let me check. No, these are not related to closed session.
Okay. And we were going to have closed session, but actually we're not going to have closed session because our attorney is not able to be here due to a trial that's popped up. So at this point, we will take a break until 5 o'clock.
Okay.
All right? Thank you. call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Orange County Board of Education. We actually did not have closed session today, so we'll just jump right into the invocation to be led by Craig Hill of the Taft Avenue Community Church.
Let's take a moment and bow our heads. Our great God, we gather this afternoon in a room where authority is duly exercised and where decisions are rightfully made for our county's educational system. For this reason, we think it's appropriate that we begin in a posture of humility, recognizing that the many things we have to be thankful for in our lives and in this community are a result ultimately of your graciousness to us. We pray for board members Valdez, Bark, Williams, Shaw, and Sparks, that they would love what is true, what is beautiful, and what is good, and their decisions would promote student thriving in our schools. Grant them the wisdom necessary to make the decisions they must. We pray for our students as they navigate the many challenges of learning and growing up in our digital and distracted age. We have many things on our minds as we come into this chamber. We are reminded of the political divides that exist in our communities, and we come to ask you to open our eyes to the humanity of our rivals and build in us a compassion for each other that transcends politics. Finally, we ask you, our great God, that we might honor you in this chamber tonight as we pause to recognize the overwhelming value of each student, each parent, each teacher, each administrator in the County of Orange, and that comments from tonight's contributors and board members would honor the inherent human dignity of every person here tonight, regardless of their position on any matter. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Craig Hill from Taft Avenue Community Church. And now we have our Pledge of Allegiance, and Gary Davis will lead us in that. Thank you.
Good evening. Please prepare yourself accordingly. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, Nina, do we have any introductions?
There are no introductions.
Okay, thank you. And that leads us to public comments. And how many public comments do we have?
Did we leave it off at 30? Or is that right? Okay, so 30.
Okay, so,
We
um,
can limit it to 30 minutes, so we can extend 2 minutes for each.
Dr. Williams, we can't hear you.
As a typical past practice, we can give everybody 3 minutes. That leads us into 90 minutes. We can limit it to 2 minutes or limit it to 1 minute, so it is a board prerogative.
I think last time we went to 2 minutes, so because we really want everyone to have a chance to speak.
Okay.
Would you all be comfortable with that?
Fine with me.
I would. So what I'll typically do is read two names, the person who's going to speak and then the person who's on deck. And if the on deck person wants to go up front, so we're kind of prompt in between speakers and try to get through this as expeditiously as possible so everyone can be heard. So we will start with Lynn, followed by Gaston.
Thank you, I'm Lynn, but I would like to defer later when I signed up the item that I want to speak on.
Can you go to the mic? I'm sorry. So that we
You want to
can
speak to a
capture and
specific
record.
item then?
I didn't ask to come over here, so I will. Yes, thank you. I'm Lynn Riddle, and I did sign up as a general comment because the item I wish to speak to did not have an item number. Now it does. So I would like to defer, if I may, to the discussion regarding parental rights bill. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll set that one aside. So Gaston, followed by Nomi.
Good evening, members of the board and members of the community. My name is Gaston Castellanos. I'm a resident of Placentia and a member of the Democratic Party. I'm here to stand with the victims of sexual harassment at the Orange County School of the Arts. As Orange County residents, we can all be proud of the accomplishments and the reputation of the school, but that should never be a cover to allow a perpetuation of abuse, no matter how talented, visionary, or successful school leaders may be. There is simply no amount of school prestige worth the trauma experienced by these victims. As Southern Californians, we have all seen this movie before. Talented producer Harvey Weinstein earned money and accolades in Hollywood, and it led too many of our institutions to side with him and actually attack our victims. He was able to perpetrate decades of abuse. Justice finally caught up to Harvey, but not before mountains of damage had been done to the people in his orbit. What I'm asking this board to do is launch an independent investigation of the allegations made by the OC School of the Arts students. Let's put aside the glitter and the glamour of the school's reputation and protect students instead. As educators, our students depend on you for that protection. In the future, let's listen to the allegations, let's listen to these students, and let's act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nomi, followed by Ajay.
Good evening. My name is Nomi Abadi, and I am an alumna of the Orange County School of the Arts and the founder and president of the Female Composer Safety League. As a result, I care deeply about ensuring that young women with musical talent are never faced with the risk of sexual abuse by anyone, including their high school teachers. As the chartering organization for OSHA, we are asking for an independent investigation to be held at the school. No disrespect to the law firm that OSHA hired, but OSHA should not be controlling this investigation. This independent investigation should involve the input of 1 or 2 survivor representatives who should be involved in the decision-making process as key voices in regards to who to hire and how to conduct this independent investigation. As the chartering organization for OSHA, we are coming to you to foster an environment where students can express themselves and hone their talents safely, not one that sweeps allegations of abuse under the rug. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ajay, followed by Gus.
Good evening, board member. Is this working? Okay, great. Good evening, board members. My name is AJ Mohan. I would like to also stand with the folks who have come before you today to ask for the Orange County School of the Arts to have an independent investigation into the sexual harassment that's going on there. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gus, followed by Gary.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gus Tubia. I represent Global Hope 365, and our mission is to end child marriage, human trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence. We definitely support the request for an independent investigation at OCSA. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Gary, followed by Nicole.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Gary Zager, and I'm a resident of Tribeco Canyon. I am the past clinical director of Casa Youth Shelter for over 20 years. And I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I teach at Cypress College in Human Services. My experience tells me that when someone claims abuse, it's usually correct, and at the very least deserves a full investigation. Allowing the police department or Orange County Sheriff to investigate would be the normal way of investigating child abuse that's out of the home. Law firms don't investigate like police services do. It's important to go and allow these victims to talk to a law enforcement officer about what they experienced. And to have a law firm do that, to me, says, let's see how low we can get the money we have to pay out. Let's see how much money we can save. And that doesn't seem ethical to me. I would like to go and have a true independent body that's not being paid by OSHA or by any school authorities in this county to do the investigation. I encourage you to also stand by these victims like I am. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So Nicole, followed by Cindy.
Hello, good evening. I am an alumna from OSHA. I'm a resident of Irvine. I am an assistant professor at UCI who works on human rights, and I'm also an expecting mom. I have been aware of these allegations for decades, actually since I was a student, which we don't need to go into how long ago that was. But listen, parents and students, myself included, expect safety as a bare minimum for when you send your kid to school. As OSHA is a charter organization, I'm advocating for an independent investigation to be conducted. Just please act like these are your children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy will be followed by Katie.
I'm Cindy Zager. I've been a teacher for 40 years in the Orange County schools. My daughter went to OSHA, and I take these allegations really seriously. I know a lot of the victims, and personally, I know that they're good, honest people, and I think that an investigation into these allegations needs to be done by an independent party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie, followed by Diane.
Hello. Good evening, I'm Katie Bollinger. I stand here again to ask that this board conduct an independent investigation into the alleged sexual abuse that has continued for more than 2 decades at the Orange County School of the Arts. As a survivor and OSHA alumna, I can attest to the longstanding culture of alleged sexual abuse, apathy, and cover-ups. You are tasked with ensuring the best education for children in Orange County. This includes your obligation to keep them safe on campus, especially from sexual abuse at the hands of faculty or students. Your position affords you the ability to take measures such as initiating this independent investigation into OSHA. This needs to be conducted independently, as there should be no involvement or interference from OSHA itself. The alleged abuse is prolific and pervasive. This demands your attention and necessitates swift action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Diane will be followed by Mary.
Good evening. My name is Diane Dunn. As a parent of an alumna of the Orange County School of the Arts, I'm very concerned about the lawsuits and the sexual abuse of students, the reports of sexual abuse of students, the sexual harassments that has continued, been allowed to be continue at OSHA that goes back decades. I supported OSHA as a parent of a student, and my husband, former State Senator Joe Dunn, supported and assisted OSHA for years. We must now support the request for an independent formal investigation into the reports of sexual abuse of students at OSHA by faculty and administrators that goes back decades. It's time for you all to support the students and alumni of OSHA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, followed by Aaron.
Good evening. My name is Mary Spencer. I'm an educator, and I'm also the parent of a former OSHA student.
Try to talk right into the mic there.
I will. Thank you. I'm speaking today as the mother of a child who was sexually abused while attending OSHA. As an 8th grader, a teacher sexually assaulted my daughter. She reported the abuse to the principal, whose dismissive response was, "Someday this person may have a daughter, and then he will understand what he did was wrong." With the principal's dismissive response, no further action was taken, and my daughter endured in silence. She later went on to be the targeted prey of a group of junior and senior boys who competed to earn points for sexual acts with my child. The teacher, the alleged perpetrator, currently serves as an administrator at OSHA. The OSHA experience for my daughter is not simply one negatively marred, but she's scarred long into adulthood. As a family, we continue to support her through the aftermath. It seems like the burden of these past wrongs is being carried by the children and the young adults and the families of those people who have endured this at OSHA. However, I feel that there's opportunity for something to be done for current and future students. You've heard there have been continued and concurrent allegations of sexual misconduct against minors at OSHA. This is 2023, and it's time to pull back the curtain at OSHA for its history of ignoring and mishandling these allegations. I'm respectfully imploring the Orange County Board of Education to investigate the systemic environment that has allowed our children to be subjected to sexual abuse at OSHA. OSHA needs to be held accountable for the content and for the actions of its administration, its teachers, and its students. Transparency regarding changes of policies, I feel, is what parents need to be able to make important
time is up.
decisions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will have Aaron followed by George.
My name is Aaron. I'm an Orange resident and a Chapman University graduate. The last board meeting we were here, there was a board member who stated that sexual abuse allegations are very serious. I agree. That being said, I would hope the entire board would take these allegations as seriously as everybody in this room. That's why we're here. And I am here supporting a full independent investigation of the Orange County School of the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
So George followed by Brenda.
My name is George Rosick, and I just support the alumni and alumna and current students of OSHA and call for an independent investigation and support everyone here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda will be followed by Anna.
I'm scrapping my speech due to what I heard today, and my heart breaks for the OSHA parents and the teachers and the administrators. I'm a teacher in Santa Ana Unified, and I was a student that graduated from Santa Ana High School, and I was groomed as a student myself. Never did turn that in, but it's rampant and it's systemic. And I'm here to tell you that those signs that are outside, I hope you'll take a good look at it, because our national suicide hotlines that are in our bathrooms at Santa Ana Unified, K through 12, every student bathroom, eye level, when we have books that are in our libraries saying that their gender changes like the weather based on their feelings, to kindergartners, so they're intentionally confusing our kids, creating a mental crisis, so that they call these numbers. And I called myself and I said, I'm unsure of my gender and I'm scared about puberty. What should I do? And I had all the screenshots. They, first of all, surveyed me, giving me 11 genders to choose from. Now, whether you agree with 11 genders or not is your opinion, but at least parents should be notified. Parents don't know this is going on. And also, I'm in a high immigrant area, non-English speaking. They don't even know what most of these words mean. I don't either, to be honest. And all I've been asking Dr. Maharas, who's a Hispanic himself, is to please inform, that's part of the law, is to inform the parents. They also, the 988 number sends kids into the Trevor Project and into Trevor Space. Trevor Space is mixing kids with adults. You can see the poster out there. It says 13 to 24-year-olds, okay? Going into chat spaces, such as all kinds of different non-binary chat spaces. I went in as a 56-year-old. All I did is lied about my date of birth. Anybody can go in. It says on there, it's an international virtual platform. They're using their Chromebooks to do it. People, this is going on behind our backs. Do we want to stop sexual predators? Let's stop it in our mental health crisis hotlines. And if you don't believe me, go to trevorspace.org and do it yourself. Check it out and see it for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have Anna followed by Linda.
Good evening, trustees and staff. My name is Anna. I am a resident of Santa Ana. I graduated from Cal State Fullerton, and now I'm working in Orange County Schools. I have nephews who attend schools in Santa Ana Unified. I'm concerned that the Hispanic community is being taken advantage of. I'm concerned that the Hispanic community is being taken advantage of and not being informed about what's behind the crisis and suicide hotlines that are on student ID cards and posted throughout the schools, including all the wellness centers. Hispanic parents have never been told that the nation's suicide hotline is surveying kids, giving them 11 plus genders to choose from. Hispanic parents have not been told that the Trevor Project hotline recommends students into Trevor Space, which mixes minors with random adults to explore their genders and sexualities. Parents deserve to know that the chat clubs inside the Trevor Space chat clubs like Witchcraft, Non-Binary Pals, Roommate Squad, Furies Club, The Chosen Family, The Guilt and Secrets Club, and the Gay Men's Club that says, "Let's talk about boys." Trevor Space says it's for ages 13 to 24. Please check out the posters of these clubs in the lobby during break. Why aren't parents being informed about this? Our non-English community is vulnerable. Parents should know who has access to their children, especially online. Otherwise, schools may be opening the door for sexual predators. I believe this is irresponsible, especially during a time when human trafficking and sextortion of minors is rampant. Please go online and check it out for yourself. Google trevorspace.org, put in an email address and a date of birth that reflects the ages of 13 to 24 years old. It's scary to think how easy it is for strangers to have access to our kids online. Trevor Project says there are over 100 sexualities such as pansexual, polysexual, asexual, abrosexual, scoliosexual, omnisexual, etc. Is one of these 100 sexualities zoophilia or MAP, minor attracted persons? I don't know. But since SB 145 passed saying there can be 10-year-old age gap for sexual consent of anal or sex or oral sex starting at age 14. Por favor, informen a los padres de habla hispana. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Okay. Linda will be followed by Lindsay.
I hardly know where to begin because my heart goes out to the speakers who've already spoken. I'm wondering if some of these topics will be characterized as another one of these silly cultural wars that the OC Register recently talked about. I want to focus on critical race theory because I was an active participant in Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District's battle over critical race theory, and I can report the issues being discussed here are virtually identical. Many speakers in the room who've talked to these issues were not present at the forums that you held back in 2021 on the ethnic studies model curriculum and critical race theory. Even more noteworthy, in my opinion, is I asked an opponent of policy 400-4 whether she saw a connection between critical race theory and cultural Marxism. She declined to answer. Why? Well, she hadn't researched the issue. This person obviously did read, along with several others, the OC Register editorial, as many others who spoke. Ironically, you heard a lot more about that editorial than you heard about policy 400-4, which is the proposed statement on CRT. Let me suggest that anyone calls the controversy over critical race theory a, quote, silly cultural war is not paying attention to what's happening in our universities that's now filtered down to third grade and below. This cultural war dominated the 2019 MTSS conference while Tony Thurman advocated for wellness centers. There's a connection here. Remember the evening we debated whether or not CRT was in the ethnic studies model curriculum? The representative from the department said no. We referred him to chapter 3, page 19, where critical race theory was identified as the pedagogical framework for this 900-page document. And why did Cal State Fullerton withdraw its student teachers from Placentia Yorba Linda? Well, because we're not teaching critical race theory. I could go on, but my time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay will be followed by Pam.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Lefebvre and I reside in La Habra, and I am here to rise in support of the victims of sexual assault at OSHA and to ask you to fund an independent investigator to this school. I actually taught there for several years as a conservatory instructor, and I won't get into the problems within the charter school movement and how that applies to teachers and students at this time. Just here to ask for you to please consider what you've heard tonight and take it seriously as you often do other things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam, and the next card just says taxpayer comment. So whoever wrote that. That's you. Okay.
Good evening, Board. My name is Pam, and I'm playing a recorded message for Gays Against Groomers.
My name is Mario Presents, and I'm the National Chapter Director for Gays Against Groomers. I'm a gay man, and I happen to be one of thousands of LGBT men and women who oppose the gender-conforming insanity entering our schools under the guise of mental health and well-being. When children's hospitals like CHOC start partnering with school wellness centers for free mental health services, parents should see red flags. Why hasn't CHOC told the community that they have a pediatric gender clinic and that their doctors are willing to provide puberty blockers to children as young as 9? Gays Against Groomers sees this for what it is: child grooming and abuse being perpetrated under the guise of inclusivity. The LGBTQ community is waking up and seeing that we're being used for an agenda that is hurting kids just like we once were. Gays Against Groomers is partnering with detransitioners across the nation who regret taking cross-sex drugs or having healthy body parts surgically removed and or mutilated. What kid isn't confused during adolescence? The medical profession is making an egregious amount of money while sterilizing and psychologically damaging kids before they even graduate high school. Dr. Christine Olmsted stated that the school wellness centers are meant to provide a safe space for students when feeling anxious, a place for them to de-escalate. She must really think we're naive, but she is a staff member and a doctor, so she must be scientifically sound in honoring the Hippocratic oath she took, right? Books are flooding into kindergarten classrooms informing children that they are many gender choices and pronouns, including the pronoun tree. And this is normal. This idea shouldn't cause distress because puberty blockers can give little minds more time to decide their authentic selves based on their feelings. But feelings and biology don't coexist. Our society has fallen victim to the practice of group thinking, and it appears that some people will believe anyone who calls themselves an expert, no matter how outlandish their teachings are. After all, the CDC is pouring
Time's
out
up. Thank
big
you.
money.
Thank you.
Taxpayer will be followed by Tanya.
Hi, everyone. I'm here tonight to discuss tonight's agenda item number 11. Upon reading the grants goals, the schools are supposed to implement well spaces and mental
Why
health
don't you,
services.
do you want to hold your comment till we get to item 11?
No, it's a public comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Well spaces and mental health services as alternatives to discipline. They plan to establish an integrated multi-agency mental health delivery and gain access to healthcare records and gather data. This implementation is also partnered with Public Health Alliance of Southern California. I want to tell everyone to look at that group up. It is a political activist coalition group that believes that the United States is a systemic racist country and our society needs to be dismantled by having all Americans divorcing their whiteness and subscribe to ideology of fascism and extremist views. The grant objectives have nothing to do with COVID and only with extremist ideology being implemented in our children's classrooms. There are so many different ways to handle disparities in healthcare using our education system. This is a farce to gain access to the money, access to our children, and access to our medical records. This is corruption at the finest. As a parent of children in the county, a college professor of sciences, and a concerned citizen, I am deeply disturbed by the transfer of money to push a political agenda. I do not want any children exposed to this ideology, nor do I want anyone to have access to children that a parent isn't involved with. We have a prime example tonight of parents coming up here concerned about their children. We have a prime example in my own hometown, Tustin. A teacher at my son's high school was arrested for sexual predator. This is dangerous and must be stopped. The level of corruption in this county is running rampant, and all these people are watching. For those of you guys that are here and watching and listening tonight, how we vote matters. Whoever voted for Dr. Mahar has voted for the corruption of our school system. He accepted this grant and is gaining access to our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya will be followed by Joe.
I just want to first start off by saying I'm horrified to hear that there's abuse going on in any of our schools, and as a survivor myself who didn't get justice, I pray that your families and that your students and your children get swift justice. So I'm here to support the board's proposal to ban CRT lessons and curriculum in our local school districts. I'm a mom who had 2 students enrolled in OUSD until 2020 when I pulled them out to homeschool them. That was prompted by Facebook messages that I saw from OUSD teachers posting online how cops are racist and they need to teach their students white fragility, about white privilege and all that other stuff. I did not capture all of the pages for each grade level as my focus was on my child's grade level, but in the 10th grade, OUSD approved history and language arts books. They paint a biased, dare I say, revisionist history of the events that led to the BLM protests and make police look like they are racist towards Black people and are killing Black unarmed teenagers. The book states, quote, full racial equality has remained elusive, that, quote, police officers have used excessive force and sometimes shot and killed unarmed African Americans. And quote, a white police officer shot and killed unarmed Black teenagers. The language arts portion has a video and assignment on Natasha Treatherwary. Although her heartbreaking story as a child inspires resiliency, after what she witnessed, she has spoken in magazines and podcasts about her anti-police, America's racist ideologies. She claims that some of our monuments are bedrocks of white supremacy. When I asked to see the supplementary material, I was told that that could be found on the CDE's website. On the CDE's website, on the Ethnic Studies curriculum states that teachers are to, quote, familiarize themselves with cultural, responsive pedagogies, and critical race theory.
Thank you.
There's so much more that I want to tell you, but
All right.
thank you.
Joe will be followed by Frank.
Good evening. My name is Joe, and I want to thank this board for standing up for parent rights. There's a lot of deception going on right now, and many of us in the Black community are seeing through the lies. The educational system says they fight for racial justice while they equate skin color with over 90 genders and 100 sexualities. The civil rights movement is being hijacked. Martin Luther King Jr. would have opposed what's going on today in the name of anti-racism. As a Christian minister, he would have seen through this diabolical agenda assaulting our innocent children. Everyone quotes MLK's civil rights speeches, but what about his sermons? They forget he was a man of faith, dedicated to God. Here are some quotes from a sermon he preached in 1954 in Detroit, titled Rediscovering Lost Values. And I quote, "The first principle of value that we need to rediscover is that all reality hinges on moral foundations. This is a moral universe with moral laws. Unfortunately, we have accepted the attitude that right and wrong are relative. But I'm here to say that some things are right and some things are wrong. Eternally so, absolutely so. If we adopt this relative attitude toward right and wrong, we're revolting against the very laws of God. Ah, yes, it's all right to disobey the 10 Commandments, but just don't disobey the 11th. Thou shalt not get caught. Survival of the slickest. Whoever can be the slickest is the one who is right. It's all right to lie, but lie with dignity. It's all right to steal, to rob, and to extort, but do it with a bit of finesse. It's all right to hate, but dress your hate up in the garments of love and make it appear that you are loving when you are actually hating. That's the thing that is right in this new ethic. My friends, the attitude that is destroying the soul of our culture, it's destroying our nation. The thing we need in the world today is a group of men and women who will stand up for right and be opposed to wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank will be followed by Richard.
My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Director of Operations for Gays Against Groomers. A recent news article said that the Equity in Orange County program should be questioned about its content and its intent. So that's why I'm here. Why didn't the 5 elected board members know about this grant until now? It appears that the OC superintendent uses the Board of Education like a window dressing for an appearance of democracy. Why should OC residents trust the intent of this grant when it was agreed upon behind closed doors and excluded the elected representatives of this board? The grant seeks to deception. The grant reeks of deception. The Orange County Department of Education seeks a partnership with Chalk Hospital, but has never disclosed to parents that Chalk has a pediatric gender clinic. I read emails from Chalk Gender Clinic, Dr. Mark Daniels. They said that Chalk is socially transitioning children at 5 and medically transitioning them at 9. They say that Chalk's mental health workers are trained by, guess what? The WPATH, which stands for the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. This document says that gender identities in children should be treated with confidential, unquestioned affirmation. The WPATH defines transgender as many genders options. In fact, a new gender identity was just added, MTE, male to eunuch. It says that the physical castration of boys prior to puberty is an act of compassion. because it aligns the perceived gender with their physical body. CHOC may not be doing sex change surgeries on minors yet. Currently, they outsource that dirty work. As a gay Hispanic man myself, I can tell you the intent of this grant is not about addressing health inequalities. No, it's about the most vulnerable humans and experimenting on them. Do not approve this grant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard will be followed by Jose. Do we have Richard from Anaheim? Seeing none. Jose? Jose will be followed by, oh, another Frank.
Good evening, Jose Trinidad Castaneda. Just as a disclaimer, I'm making these following statements in my personal capacity as a citizen and as a resident of Orange County only, and not in any other official capacity of any other agencies and organizations. And I'm joining the growing chorus of Orange County families, educators, and residents who are hearing about the string of allegations of sexual abuse, harassment, and other gender-based violence in violation of Title IX. Allegations gone uninvestigated, or rather inadequately addressed through the very explicit and detailed Title IX process at one of Orange County Board of Education's charter schools. And these allegations span the course of decades. So it means that if these allegations continue to persist into 2023, it's because survivors of these former and current alleged sexual predators have not received justice. And so I urge you, along with all the other voices who have joined us here tonight, to listen to this call to action and take it seriously. As the Orange County Board of Education, authorize an independent investigation into these allegations and bring justice forth for these survivors and their families. If allegations like these are so serious and egregious that we ignore them, then what does that say about us as a society? And especially about us as Orange County and the promise of a high-quality education to all families, regardless of where they come from, how much money they make, or what they believe in. So I urge you, fund this independent investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another Frank. No Frank, followed by Jennifer. Oh, no. All right. Jennifer will be followed by Dan.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Bart. Glad to be here. I'm a little confused why we're finding out at the last minute that we get this wonderful $23 million grant that is actually going to take all the rights away from the parents. They're protected under FERPA, which is a law that doesn't allow y'all to just do whatever you want with our kids, their education, their information, what grade they're in. FERPA law protects the parents. This grant, when you dig deep of those 71 pages, folks, there's so many partnerships that are included. You're actually agreeing, if you do this grant, you're going to give them a hold harmless agreement with any third party, anybody. Anybody gets to delve in, and if you don't comply with what you don't like, you don't get to say a word. If you don't like the advertisement, the media, the curriculum, you have no say. Your hands are tied. You are taking evil money. You need to do everything you can to make sure this doesn't happen. What legal authority does the superintendent have to accept this grant unilaterally? Is it true it bypasses elected officials like yourselves? Really? You're not going to fight for that? Are you aware this grant implementation actually violates FERPA in the educational laws and the funding laws? Because federal law trumps state law. Does it violate you guys to, is it violating administrative procedures? Has anyone looked into this? What legal authority does this board have to stop this? Including suing if you have to. Why didn't this grant and the good old Clayton Chow in charge of his new equity board, who's going to have more authority than you? And that seems to be a conflict of interest that Clayton Chow, I'm not calling him a doctor, I call him a whack. How can he be in charge of the health department and now in charge of this new equity board? This will raise alarms. Have you considered suing this illegal grant? Stop it. Stop it now. We're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan will be followed by Ada. I think it's D-A-M? Dom, maybe? No, no Dom? Okay. Ada? Oh, or was Dom here? No, Ada. Okay. Ah, got it.
Good evening. My name is Ada Briceño, and I've been a union leader for 32 years. I've stood up for the rights of working women, immigrant women, for a long period of time against workplace injustice and a lot of sexual abuse. And so today I'm here and I stand strongly against sexual assault and abuse at the School of Arts, at the Orange County School of Arts, and we're demanding, and I say demanding because we are here, and there's quite a few of us, and I'd like you to stand up if you want an an investigation, external investigation into what's been happening there, not only, you know, decades, but also currently. I want to thank you for being here and speaking up for the rights of students to be able to have a safe place to study and progress in. And so we're here asking and demanding for you to do that, for you to ask for one immediately as soon as possible, that it proceeds and that it's a fair, you know, someone that can come in, you know, and be able to give justice to the survivors. So thank you so much for your time, and I just want you to know that we will be back.
Thank you.
Okay, and you're Dom.
Hi, I'm Dom Jones. I am standing here in my capacity as a community leader in Orange County. I'm actually a special needs student educator as well as a behavioral interventionist. And I stand here because just like Ada Briceño just said, we are all here to stand with those whose voices need to be heard. You know, everyone here is asking you to utilize your gift, the gift that you've been given to sit on this dais with integrity and to shine a light. You see, whenever someone comes before you and brings and says there is darkness in front of you, it's incumbent upon you, it's your responsibility to say, okay, I'm in a position to shine light. I'm in a position not to shine a low voltage wattage light, but a big light so that all the voices are heard. And if you do, by chance, have concerns or your own personal reservations, well then have that independent investigation to take care of all of those things. And you know you did your due diligence. You know you did your job as the Orange County Board of Education and being that flame that lights the pathway for our youth and for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, I have cards for Lynn, Lori, and Patty, but they're speaking to a specific item. So that was it for general comments.
Okay.
At the risk of the assistant superintendent really not liking this, nor my council, the board's council, could the people who are asking for this investigation stick around? I will be making some comments about this later.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your comments. So now I'm going to call Jennifer O'Farrell, Chief External Affairs Officer of Big Brothers Big Sisters, to the podium.
Do that after testing.
You can start whenever
Okay.
you're ready.
Do you hear me? Okay, beautiful. Well, good evening, Deputy Superintendent, Board President, trustees. My name is Jennifer O'Farrell. I'm the Chief External Affairs Officer at Your Big Brothers Big Sisters.
and it is National Mentoring Month. So my goal here is to focus on lives that have been impacted for the good and what mentorship is doing within the county and how we are impacting students and honoring those that are mentoring young people, honoring our young people whose lives are empowered, and reminding our community that they too can be a mentor to impact the next generation. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, what makes us special in addition to our proven outcomes is that we are Jedis. We're about justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. We are volunteer-driven, we are youth-centered, and we are one-to-one. We aspire to create more caring and connected communities, connecting youth that are facing poverty and other adverse experiences to a greater network that we call mentorship. And we do that in 4 specific ways that we're looking at: increasing their social capital and connection, their social emotional learning and mental health, education and career success, and positive behaviors and choices. So what does this mean? So we've been here for 60 years serving students in Orange County, but in the last decade, our last 10 years, we have impacted over 15,000 young people, bringing in over $25 million in volunteer hours back to our county and community. So I want to highlight, we have a lot of things happening in the county, but want to highlight a few different things that we've got going on. So one is workforce development mentoring programs that we have. We want to build the next future workforce and give our youth the chance to explore and create opportunities not only within the workforce, but having a mentor within that career that brings them passion and hope and a desire for their future. And in partnership with K through 16, we will be expanding our career panels, our corporate tours, and expanding more mentors and corporations so that they can begin to dream what they're looking at into the future for their future careers. We also, in the pandemic, saw the need of our high school students needing more support, and those that are on don't see themselves going to college. So we created the First Generation Mentorship with our local colleges and communities, with working on first generation college students mentoring high school students that will be the first in their family to graduate high school and the first to enroll in college. And last, we're expanding our school-based mentoring program. This is our win-win. This is empowering a high school student as a mentor who meets weekly with an elementary school student that's been selected by their principal, their counselor, and other faculty of needing additional support, and seeing a win-win for both young people. And last, just want to kick off with our 2023 Big and Little of the Year finalists. We have 10, these are 2 of our 10 finalists coming from our districts of really the power that our mentors have been having over the last 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, supporting our students and making the community a better and safer place to live. So when you think about mentorship, I think one of the first things my dad asked me 10 years ago when I started was, what's the impact? What happens when a young person is mentored, and is it just good feeling vibes that we have by being a mentor? Well, I'll tell you what we bring back to our community. Our impact is that 87% this last year of our youth reported improved outcomes from depression and anxiety symptoms. 84% improved in an academic performance in 1 or 2 subjects. 98% of our youth graduated high school on time, with 43% the first in their family to have a diploma in their home, and 67% were the first in their family to attend college. So what we do works. Thank you. And so lastly, I would be remiss if I did not invite our esteemed local electeds, our community members, and those out to join in the mentoring movement, and to know that you too can have an impact with us. You too can support. What if we could mentor every 3rd grader in our county? What lives could be changed? What impact could we do? And we can do that together. So thank you for your partnership. Thank you for supporting mentorship. Thank you for encouraging our community to give back, pay it forward, and pay it forward to the youth that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jennifer, if you'll just stay there for 1 second, in appreciation of your dedicated service to the community, we would like to present you with a certificate of recognition to the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Orange County and the Inland Empire, which I'll present to you.
Thank you.
Come to the front. Walk all the way around.
thank you all for adapting to that quick little picture. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam President, I would like to just register an abstention on item number 7.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
All right, so with that adjustment, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 2 through 6?
Second.
If I can, point of clarification. So, Tim, you're just saying you're not going to
I
vote?
just want to be recorded in the minutes as an abstention on item number 7.
Okay, so you're not asking to remove it separately? Okay, so we're voting for items 2 through 7?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, then consent calendar 2 through 7, we already have a motion and a second. We'll put it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 5-0. And that moves to item number 8. Nina, do we have charter submissions?
Sycamore Creek submitted a material revision, and so you will be hearing in the upcoming months. And there are binders in the chambers for you to take today.
Okay, fantastic. Then that brings us to item number 9, and I'll call Araceli Chastain to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks and trustees. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the charter petition appeal submitted by California Republic Leadership Academy on November 16, 2022. After no action was taken by the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Directors. Prior to public comments, representatives from California Leadership Republic Academy and Capistrano Unified School District are each allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from California Republic Leadership Academy to the podium.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Deputy Superintendent. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk to you about the California Republic Leadership Academy, which we sort of consider a breath of fresh air in the public education ecosystem today. We appreciate this opportunity. I want to start off by complimenting your staff, of course. They're always so incredibly diligent and fair in working with us. We appreciate that, but also the Capo staff. We've had a great opportunity to get to know them, and we look forward to continuing that. As we introduce the school, what you see up there is just some quotes from people that have shared why they hope our school gets approved. Sorry, I'm going to keep the timer on so we can pace ourselves right. But we want to point out just a few things as we introduce the school. One, just to emphasize that we desire we hope to be approved, of course. We desire a strong partnership with you all, the Office of Education, and also Capo Unified. Also, CRLA, the California Republic Leadership Academy, will offer more choice to South Orange County. There are a lot of types of school programs and schools that people can attend throughout Orange County. What you'll hear is that CRLA is different, and this will be one more option. And frankly, we think that school choice drives student success. Communities are stronger when they work, when public nonprofit charter schools and traditional schools can work together, and that's what we're aiming for. I'm also going to point out that the Capo Unified Staff Report delineated about 50 items, and we've gone through each of them, and I would say probably about 95, 96% of them, that, frankly, they're conjecture, their opinion, they're false, or frankly, they're just not required by law. So a lot of things were pointed out were opinions, some things were pointed out were wrong. Others were pointed out to say, we didn't do this, but the law doesn't require it. So there's a lot in there, but when you boil it down to it, what I would say is our petition is solid, our academic program is very strong, it's tested, and our team has the experience to make you proud. So I want to introduce California Public Leadership Academy to you. We can go to the next, or do I have that? I do, thank you. So the vision for CRLA is really about 11 years in the making. For me, as I'm the co-founder along with Kevin Pratt, who will have a chance to speak in just a few minutes. I have studied this type of educational leadership model for about 11 years. I've looked at programs from across the country, and what we've pulled together is something I think pretty exciting. It's a unique servant leadership educational program that focuses on civic and entrepreneurship, so civic leadership and entrepreneurship in general. The Franklin Covey Leader in Me curriculum is used, and the foundation of our school is the classical education model. It's that unique combination of those three, really, that I think help us stand out amongst the crowd. Our vision, you can see here, is that we will inspire and empower the next generation of California's leaders to excel academically, to be proud Americans, proud Californians, and to impact the world with excellence derived from an education like that which produced the inspired servant leaders who founded our great nation. We're excited about it. We believe that the next generation is worth fighting for, and that's why we're proposing this school in Orange County. Your vision is to provide educational opportunities for Orange County students, promote student achievement, and offer leadership, services, and resources for Orange County school districts, educators, and the community. We think our visions are aligned, and we believe that there's a lot of shared vision in our statements, and we hope for a strong partnership. The CRLA core values, and really core values are what make a charter school different, stand out. It's the combination of your core values that in some ways are sort of the flavor of a school. Our core values are our appreciation of our national heritage, public and private virtue, scholar-empowered learning, fostering creativity and entrepreneurial spirit, high standards of academic excellence, modeling what we teach, building a culture of greatness, self-governance, personal responsibility, and accountability. Many schools may have one or two of those core values, but there's no other school that has this unique combination of those 8. And that's really what makes us different. Our goals are to develop thinkers, entrepreneurs, statesmen, and stateswomen, to lead our community, our state, our nation. As I said before, we're putting our faith in our ability to impact the next generation and get it right. We will teach scholars how to think, not what to think, in a nonpartisan, non-political way. We'll produce competent citizens who seek lifelong learning and love to learn. A little bit more about what makes our school different is no cell phones in class. We want to minimize distractions, get back to learning. Uniforms and dress code for students as well as staff. All staff that are hired will be 100% mission aligned with our core values, with our mission and our vision. We'll utilize the core knowledge curriculum, but that will be coupled, as we mentioned, with the Franklin Covey Leader in Me program, a study of great Americans of the past, and also heavy use of mentors and service projects within the community. So servant-based leadership is about serving your community as you learn how to lead. And so our scholars will work with those that have experience in leadership to be mentored, but they will also actively engage in service projects in their community as they learn the values of leadership. We will be a strong, mission-aligned school with a school culture that is embraced by all, teachers, parents, scholars, administration, all staff, the board, everyone involved. What I could tell you is this program will make you proud, that I can guarantee. So a little bit about our founding team. Myself, I have Gary Davis, about 20 years experience in the charter school world in one way or another. I've had specific experience starting up a charter school, has some similarities to this one, and a commitment above all to quality operations and abiding by the law and doing what's right. Gina Wickwire is our school principal, 25-year school educator, experienced charter school principal, and also experience with charter school startups. Our board of directors, John Taylor, civic leader, business owner, father, grandfather. Jackson Reese, who works in policy leadership. He's done charter school marketing. He's a future parent, kind of rounding out our board with some young folks. It's important, we think. Kevin, who we'll introduce in just a moment. Capo Unified Parent, really the driving force behind this school. And Peter Cordero, he's a very experienced former charter school COO. He was CEO for a network of 6 charter schools. And he's got a lot of experience in leadership development, and he's a parent too. So that's our board today. We'll likely be adding one more in the future. Gina, our school principal, unfortunately had a family emergency tonight and is not going to be here. But Kevin is going to take her place and kind of sharing a little bit more about the curriculum and then also talking about what we've done in terms of community outreach. So, Mr. Pratt. Just that green button there.
Trustees and board. I don't know if that's going to reach. But so let me get the right slide. Gina was going to talk about this slide. I'm going to talk at the high level about our curriculum and what's different about it and kind of what it's founded on. There was some exception taken, I think, by CapUSD, and maybe it wasn't communicated in the best way. So let me just start by saying the core of our curriculum is what's called the core knowledge sequence. It's a tried and true program that's used in hundreds of schools throughout the U.S. That's a well-rounded curriculum. It, in and of itself, satisfies the requirements of the curriculum, but it also leaves space for discretion for teachers to exercise things how they think they should as a teacher. So in those spaces, we're filling that with a very deliberate leadership curriculum. That's why this is the Leadership Academy. So that's really two things together that make up that leadership curriculum. First is a specific leadership curriculum that comes from the John Adams Academy in Northern California. It's a successful charter program that's growing, that's adding campuses, and they have a specific servant leadership academy that we're adopting. The second piece of that is the Franklin Covey Leader in Me program. That program in and of itself is lighter on curriculum, but includes more of a program, more of a system for the school that includes, practices and vocabulary and accountability and the whole program for the school at the individual level, at the family level, at the classroom level, at the staff level, and at the whole school level. It's been implemented at over 1,000 schools in more than 50 countries, layered on top of a variety of other programs. It's used by the only magnet school in the country that has been the #1 school in the US twice. It's a very, compelling program to add, especially for a leadership academy. So those are the two pieces that we add to what is already a viable, strong curriculum in core knowledge sequence. Let me just check my time. So that's what makes the Leadership Academy. Now we say classical on there also because core knowledge sequence is a classical curriculum as a base. That's not the focus necessarily of our program, but we think it supplements in that the servant leaders who founded our country were educated with the classical curriculum and the classical method with the 3 stages of learning that are described there, the grammar, the logic, the rhetoric stage. So we're following that same system. Now let me tell you a little bit about just kind of the background. My wife and I moved here from Texas. We were in a charter school there that was really impressive. We weren't necessarily looking for anything different, but we heard about something and decided we'd try it out. And it was, as Gary said, like a breath of fresh air. And we had good schools there, but this was just different in how they focused. They were all in uniforms, certainly no devices on the kids throughout the day, just things that was just like total common sense. So we looked for that here. There was no option like that in South Orange County. So we did a little survey just through our grassroots efforts to say, if there was a K-12 classical academy, would you be interested in it? And you can see that 98% of the people said definitely or maybe so. Now, of course, that's biased. That's just our own network. That's not totally representative of the whole area, but it was encouraging. So we met Gary along the way. He had this vision, and we said that very closely aligns with what we'd like. Let's partner up and see if we can get this going. We started the website. These numbers are old. These are from when we presented with Capital USD. But with no significant effort, we got 173 digital signups by November. That number is now up to 205 different families who have signed up through the website, representing 440 kids, and including well over 300 that are TK through 8, which is what the petition is for. And then also teachers, counselors, special ed instructors, all sorts of people who said this, like, I believe in this. I'd like to support this. It's been great. And then in terms of actual signatures, we originally submitted with 104 parent signatures, thinking that was the requirement. But with some discussions with CAP-USD, basically we're saying that not every kid counts, every parent counts, or something to that effect. So we came back 4 weeks later with more than twice that and met the requirements there. And we've had great feedback through our community meetings and through the website. You can see in your materials, I think we gave a packet today. Some of the quotes will be referenced, but just messages from the supporters. Being a rainy day on a holiday week, not everyone's here tonight, but we have great supporters. So in conclusion, I just want to say that we do have a very experienced team. People who have started charter schools and operated charter school networks. We have a very sound curriculum that's being used, at least in the core pieces, all throughout the U.S. And then we have support of the community. It's a vision that, as you see in the comments, is refreshing. Even in the comments here this morning, I think we'd get a lot of support from those people who have made comments because it is something different, a different focus. So I ask you to support our appeal and approve the charter. And we'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call representatives from Capistrano Unified School District to the podium.
I think this will be the first time I have to adjust this down from a prior speaker, so thank you for that. President Sparks and board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Capistrano Unified School District regarding the California Republic Leadership Academy petition appeal. I'd also like to thank Mr. Davis and Mr. Pratt for the cooperation during this entire process. My name is Kerry Johnson, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction for CUSD. One of my duties includes overseeing charter schools. The Capistrano Unified School District currently oversees 6 district-authorized charter schools, and we have collaborative working relationships with each. All 6 authorized charters provide a unique educational experience for students and families. I would like to give a brief timeline description of the charter review process related to CRLA. On August 31st, 2022, CRLA submitted a petition to establish a new charter school. District staff, including myself and Heidi Crowley, who's in the audience, reviewed the charter as well as specialists from other departments to ensure that we had a good understanding of what that charter represented. On October 13th, district staff met with petitioners to better understand and clarify information in the charter petition. On October 19th, the board held a public hearing on the provisions of the charter petition to consider the level of support for the petition by parents, guardians, and teachers. 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the establishment of the charter school, and 2 other members of the public spoke in support of the charter school. No teachers spoke on behalf of the charter school. Also on October 19th, the CUSD board held a hearing on CRLA's proposed admissions preferences. 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the admissions preferences. The board too expressed concern about the admissions preferences as presented in the petition, stating that they would like to see a preference for students residing in the area where the charter school would be located. The board determined that it would revisit the issue of CRLA's admissions preference at the November 9th, 2022 meeting. On November 3rd, 2022, district staff met with the charter school petitioners to review the staff recommendation for denial. During that meeting, it was recommended by district staff that the petitioners may want to consider rewriting the charter petition, incorporating staff feedback, and resubmitting the petition. At the November 9th, 2022 CUSD board meeting, trustees voted on 2 resolutions: to deny the charter school petition per staff recommendation, and to approve the charter school petition with conditions. Trustees voted 3-3 on both resolutions, resulting in no action, neither approval nor denial. District staff has identified 4 categories where there were findings that are the basis for the recommendation to deny the petition. 1, the petition presents an unsound educational program. 2, the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to implement the program set forth in the petition. 3, the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 required charter elements. 4, the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community in which the school is proposing to locate. Findings include, but we're not limited to, the following. The educational philosophy in the petition is copied from multiple sources, but the educational program itself is not fully developed into a coherent plan that is specific to CRLA. While the petition does include standards and multiple resources, specific curriculum and instructional designs are missing. This is evident in the fact that the curriculum maps by grade level do not integrate the Franklin Covey leadership curriculum, nor do they include the specific classical literature being taught with the standards and activities. Furthermore, many grades do not include specific instructional design, but only class activities. The petition lacks specificity regarding the use of classics and the classical approach in their educational program. Specific classics should be included in the curriculum maps for each grade level and directly connected to the standards being taught as part of their scope and sequence. While the petition identifies Franklin Covey's Leader in Me in Appendix H, it is not explicitly integrated into the curriculum maps, and nor the 4 pillars of Leader in Me are not articulated by grade level or connected to the other content areas. Given the fact that the petition is for a leadership academy, Leader in Me should act as a framework for the curriculum maps, and this should be clearly defined and developed. Instead, the leadership education and how students are developed into servant leaders, grade level by grade level, is not clearly articulated in the maps, leading to a lack of coherence. In short, while the vision and mission of CRLA are commendable, there is no clearly articulated foundation or structure, much like having a drawing of a house without having a fully articulated blueprint to bring construction to fruition. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The hearing's now open for 30 minutes of public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
We have 4 public comments.
Okay. So we'll first hear from Joanna, followed by Alex. How long are we giving them?
They have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Joanna Baker, and I'm here in support of the California Republic Leadership Academy. And this was a hard night to be here with a bunch of little kids and winter break, and I know several of my friends could not make it, and several people that I don't know personally. So I just wanted to read some of their comments to represent them here. The first is from Shannon Shadow. She says, unfortunately, I'm unable to attend the board meeting tonight as my children are all younger. However, I wanted to send an email requesting you all consider adopting the resolution to add CRLA Charter School to CUSD. As a mom with 1 child actively in CUSD and 2 more set to enter over the next few years, school curriculum has been of utmost importance to me. CRLA is a school that offers an alternative option to parents that appeals to the core values of civic leadership, entrepreneurial skills, and public virtue, with a curriculum encouraging appreciation of our national heritage. It gives parents the opportunity to have our children learn directly from some of the nation's most revered texts and doesn't shy away from the history of our nation while celebrating some of our country's greatest thinkers. Children will be able to do this in a structured environment free of cell phones with a culture of mutual respect and appreciation for leadership. Parents should have the opportunity to choose the learning environment and curriculum that is right for their child and their family values. CRLA is a school that I strongly believe aligns with mine. Please approve CRLA's charter school petition and give parents the ability to choose the education that is best suited for their child. Next, from Caleb and Nikki Ketchum. We have 3 school-aged children and live in Aliso Viejo. Currently, our children homeschool, though they previously attended in person up until last year. Homeschooling was never our original plan, but without enough public school options, it became our best option for now. While they are thriving, we absolutely would enroll our children in CRLA if it is approved. We are committed to helping support the development of CRLA in any way we can. Freedom to choose the best learning environment and philosophy for our children is extremely important. We highly value classical education, as well as instilling and modeling servant leadership. CRLA is exactly what we've been hoping for. Having this school chartered through our district in this area would be a huge asset to not only our families, but to our entire community. There's several, but this last is from Victoria Ostrin. She says, this school is absolutely necessary to give parents who feel forced to pull their kids out of public school, despite paying every bit as much to support them, an option that better aligns with their values. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Alex will be followed by Zan.
First of all, I just want to thank you all for sacrificing your time and talents to this board. My name is Alex Darling. I live in San Clemente. I have 5 kids, ages 11 to down to 1.5. So it was very difficult for me to be here, but this is important to me. 3 of them are currently at Marblehead Elementary. During COVID, I decided to pull them out of the school district and homeschool them, mostly because my poor little kindergartners and second graders sat in front of a laptop and learned nothing. And when I pulled them out, I realized how much more goodness there is in curriculums outside of the public school system. This is why I love CRLA, and their values align with mine. I don't think kids should be on screens at all at school. I might be a little dramatic, but that's something that's really important to me, is no screens. I love that the American heritage history of it, the reading and writing and arithmetic, bringing it back to the basics. Our district has lost a large % of students these past couple years, and I wonder why that is. The direction that public school is going, parents really do want options, and I know that many parents were looking for better schools that weren't able to attend tonight. Please give us this option of attending this school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Zan will be followed by Nate.
Good evening. I'm Zan Pratt. I'm actually the wife of Kevin, the co-petitioner. We are the parents of 6 kids, and as you said, we were lucky enough to attend a similar charter to CRLA before moving here. And once you've seen and experienced a really phenomenal education and a really good school culture, it's really hard to go back. And so when we moved here, we just kind of were searching everywhere for something like that, and are excited at the prospect of being able to bring this to families here in this area. I just wanted to give a little bit of an idea of the things that we experienced at that school and what I hope that CRLA will bring to families here. My first grader had substantive lessons on American history, on the battles that were fought in the Revolution, on the courage of the Minutemen, on the founders. History became her favorite subject, and you know, a lot of times they think that kids just need social studies or needs to be dumbed down, but I was impressed that these young kids were given such good lessons. The walls of the school were covered in things like, what is humility? What is courage? These core character virtues that need to be taught to our kids. There were assemblies on why we should open doors for people, how to be respectful. My middle schoolers took lessons on logic. They taught me about how to poke through arguments and to recognize fallacies, and I don't know how I missed that in my education. My 8th grader wrote an essay on what is truth. And when you live in a time when there's just total relativism, that is something that's really profound for a middle schooler to think through and to, you know, understand what is truth. My 4th grader memorized the poem, The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. If you don't know that, go and look at it. It's really long. I thought he wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, he did it. His whole class did it. And I share these things just to point out that what I've come to realize is that these young minds are capable of so much, way more than we think and that we give them credit for. A school culture that sets high standards and believes children can reach them is hard to find these days. And a school like California Republic Leadership Academy with its emphasis on leadership, which is hard to find, and a classical education is what we've been searching for. And I want to say that I believe so much in the rising generation. I believe that they will meet high expectations if we give them high expectations. I know I've pulled out my younger kids to homeschool this last year, and I'm just in circles of those kinds of people. And a school like CRLA would bring so many people back to the district because it's just, they haven't been able to find these things that they feel are important, that align with their values. I just really believe, and I hope that you'll give us a chance to create a school like this to help people here.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Nate.
Hi, my name's Nate Franklin. I'm just here in support of the charter school, and I have 4 kids, ages preschool through high school in CUSD district, and they're both in public schools and private schools. So we have a mix. And I'm gonna say, I'm by profession, I'm entrepreneur, and I don't really have any experience in education. But in business, I just want to say, like, I hate competition, and I try to avoid it as much as possible, because we have to work a lot harder and be a lot better, and it just makes it, it's not as easy. And I just think, but that said, I think competition's great for everything. I think it's, I'm just in support of this school because I think people need options, and I think you're not going to have, these meetings, especially the last few years, you have so many parents that are complaining and not happy with things. And part of the reason is like people don't have options, and people need options, and there's nothing wrong with that. And people aren't forced to go to a charter school. So I think, I would love to see this school get approved, and I'd love to see more schools get approved in the future. And I think in the end, it's going to make our public schools much better because they're going to have to compete for our kids, and that's what they need. And I just want to say, like, I think we're really lucky that we have really talented and exceptional people that want to do these kinds of schools. And so, I think we should support them as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Araceli, go
Is that
ahead.
it? Okay.
Yes.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on January 17th. At the February 1st board meeting, we will present the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations, including recommended findings, and the board will conduct a public hearing to take action to grant or deny the charter school. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, do we have any board questions related to this charter school?
I do.
Okay, Trustee Valdez.
Gary, would you take the podium? So I'm much more concerned with the credentials of the persons at the top than I am with details in an application. That really doesn't mean that much to me. We have another charter school, that's struggling in Orange County. And quite frankly, and it was chartered by this board before I got on it. No offense to anyone else on the dais. And it looks to me like there's just a lack of leadership at this other school. And we had this situation where this 11th hour, really knight in shining armor with a stellar track record came in to, save the day and bring this school presumably to a close in June. At least that's how it sounds like to me. So you are actually probably the most important thing to me, and the principal and your background. What does leadership mean to you? And in the context of this, you're going to have 2,000 people more or less in your circle, regarding this school. Everyone's going to answer to you. Financials are going to go through you. Educational director is going to go through you. Why do you think you're the right person to lead this school?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Thank you. And sorry, I pointed to you, Stefan. I thought they were talking about a different school. He was talking about a different school. But you've also stepped in to really turn a school around, which is amazing. Leadership is about doing the right thing and for the right reasons. To me, in my lifetime, I've had a lot of opportunities to serve and to lead, and back to Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, becoming an Eagle Scout, serving as a young person. I was able to be elected and serve as a student body president of my college. I got elected to a school board, served for 4 years. I had the opportunity to be a city councilman and the first directly elected mayor of my city. So I think I have a lot of views on leadership that are really community oriented, and frankly, that's what's driving the vision for this school. I believe that communities are stronger when people are involved, and that doesn't happen organically. That's an active endeavor that you have to facilitate. And what I'm excited about is to be able to show our young people that they can become leaders by just first serving their community. And they don't realize, I look back at my childhood, I was just always serving. I didn't aspire to leadership, but sort of I woke up one day and that's where I was. And I look back, I'm like, how did I follow this path? It's because I served my community. So imagine having kindergartners and first graders doing a tree planting or a park cleanup, and not just doing it to do it and check a box, but then talking to them about the importance of what you're doing to make your community stronger, and how you're making your community better, and how you're building a sense of community. You're not just cleaning up your park. Those are the kinds of things we're going to be able to do, and I'm super excited about it. We found a curriculum that's strong. For me, I have experience, obviously, leading cities, leading organizations, but also leading a startup charter school, and I'm up for the job. This is something we've researched for a long time, looked at models across the country, would look forward to it.
Do you feel that you have the financials to support a school like this?
For sure. I mean, I say that in the caveat, like, in the world of charter school finance, it's tough. Like, my job as the executive director will be so just as an example, like, we're gonna, if we're approved here in February, we're gonna immediately, probably by about March or so, we need our principal on salary. There are a couple other key positions that will have to come on board shortly thereafter, business manager. And then, come summertime, we're gonna have teachers on salary. So we're gonna have a pretty large payroll before school even starts. The state of California won't give us a dime of state money, won't issue the first dime of state money till October. So here we are. That's a couple of months into school, several months into having to meet our payroll, not to mention buying supplies and books. So point is like it's tough. It's really tough, and I've been able to do it before, and it requires resourcefulness, requires working hard, it requires attracting the resources. We have in HJ Sims, we have a financial partner that's willing to provide us with that cash flow loan to get started. But it will be my job as executive director, as I've done before, to literally watch every dime of expenditure, just so that we can meet our payroll, so that we can ensure that our site leader my job is to ensure that the site leader is focused on the academic program and school culture. And so by doing that, anyway, it won't be easy, I guess is my point. But I definitely have the experience to do it, and I feel good about our prospect of doing it.
Is there any reason why the principal is not here tonight?
There is, and I'm not sure if I can share it, but she had a family emergency tonight, so yeah.
Could you tell me what her credentials are?
Yeah, she has a administrative credential. She's worked in public education for 25 years, traditional public school system, as well as in charter schools, and she's been a part of charter school startups. And I can tell you, having been part of startups, running a charter school and starting up a charter school are different things that require different skill sets. And sometimes a startup person can transition into an operator, but you definitely need a startup person with a startup mindset in the beginning. So.
Last question, at least for me. Could you make sure she's here for the February meeting?
I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Shaw, do you have any questions?
I just thought of it when you put your slide up. Is your John Taylor the same John Taylor that ran the Nixon Library?
No.
Different John Taylor.
Different John Taylor.
Oh, okay.
I can tell, yeah.
All right.
Okay, I actually have just a question for you while you're standing there. In the report, there was some talk and description about you all in your packet, which I have read, and I'm actually super excited about your school, very impressed, and I'm confident that it's going to be a huge success. A lot of hard work, but huge success. But I'd like for you to answer to when they were talking about description of the curricular maps and a lack of specificity. Can you just speak to that?
For sure, yeah. I think so I think what we put into, so you have the attachments, right? You see that's a 500-page document. There's a lot in there around the core knowledge sequence, and we literally went grade by grade, week by week, what would be happening in the classroom, and aligning that to standards. That's in there, right? So that part is in there. So I'm not clear why there's question about that. But have we integrated the Franklin Covey Leader in Me program throughout that? No, we haven't done that yet. But what we did do was we put quite a bit of information about, and we put quite a bit of the documentation around the Franklin Covey program and the curriculum within the attachment as well. So by the time we reach, well, by the time we get to probably June 1st, like we'll have done that integration, right? Like that's certainly, like that's principals hired, their first job is going to be to make sure that that is all aligned. But what we wanted to do is provide you with as much as possible so that you had more and not less. So that we were being overly specific and less vague. And so that was our goal. But I certainly acknowledge that I think like the integration of those things and the mapping of those together needs to happen still.
Well, and it's true that curricular maps expand every year. They get better and better and better with every year that you have. On the university level, we do these curricular maps and are accountable to that about every 5 to 7 years. And each time we go through that extensive process, it gets better. And so I have no doubt that you all will evolve but just paying attention to some of that feedback would be important just in terms of your growth and the learning outcomes, and so that parents are aware that there's alignment with those curriculum maps as they're being further developed. So, but I'm very excited about what you guys have put together. So thank you for doing that for the community. Trustee Williams, do you have any questions?
I sure do. If I can get Mr. Merwin to come up, and Gary, you can stay there too. Mr. Merwin, you, during your remarks, made the statement there's no curriculum or structure. What are you specifically referring to? The reason why I ask that is this is what we get. Are you saying there's no curriculum or structure in this document?
No, and just to clarify, my name is Kerry Johnson. So Dr. Merwin is my boss. But
Okay, so you're who?
I'm Kerry Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, okay, your name is on it.
So the issue is that it's not that there are no standards in there. What they talked about was, and I think what you're referencing, is the core knowledge network, how it aligns to the state standards, right? So the standards are what the outcomes we are looking for students to achieve, right? By grade level, by year, that kind of thing. The curriculum is the instruction, right? Those are the instructions, the activities that you implement on a day in, day out basis, either if you want to do it weekly, monthly, however you want to do that. That's what was missing. There's no curriculum map tying the instructional strategies or the curriculum to the standards. That was the concern we had by grade level.
Okay. And Gary or Mr. Pratt, your response to that?
Yeah, I think I sort of answered that earlier. I actually think a lot of that alignment is in that document. But again, what we've heard and what I understand is like the integration of the Franklin Covey Leader in Me curriculum, and really other components like, like I know there's some question marks about the mentoring program we addressed in the petition, but how is that integrated? I think that's fair, and that's absolutely something that will need to be produced. But we will also count on our school site leader to do that. And which is why she would start several months before school begins.
Okay. I've been on this board for 28 years and seen many petitions come before us. And the same reasons that Capel, Mr. Johnson, with all due respect, those same reasons. The petition represents an unsound education program. Number 2, the petitioners are unlikely to successfully implement the program. 3, doesn't necessarily contain a comprehensive description. And 4, the charter school is unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community. I've seen that in every single district that has rejected a charter school. And you know how many charter schools that we have approved that are doing extremely well? All of them. And the one that is struggling, that Trustee Valdez is talking about, was because the charter leader had a personal issue. And when she left, there was no structure underneath her. She was the leader and the one that really put that school together. I think, Gary, you are that leader. You've demonstrated, and Mr. Pratt, We have Joanna, Alex, and Mrs. Pratt, and Nate. You came here today. Why did you come here today? Because you took your kids from public schools and put them in private schooling or charter schools or whatever you did, but you want to put them back into public schools. And this is a type of public school that parents want, right? They want to have leadership. They want to have character education. They want to get back to the basics of direct academic inculcation of facts and knowledge and teaching our kids critical thinking skills. And that's what this classical education is going to do. So with all due respect to my colleagues at Capel, they're all good people there. I respectfully disagree with your conclusions, and I will be supporting this charter without any hesitation next month.
Trustee Barkey, any questions?
I don't think there are many questions. I just want to commend you on the program. This is the second time I've been at a hearing for the program. I'm very impressed. I know when I saw it the first time, you had much more support in the audience. It was easier time of year, but I appreciate everything you're doing. I think this is a kind of choice that Orange County is looking for, is more choice. And I have no doubt that within minutes, you will have a huge waiting list. And I'm very excited about it. So thank you for all the hard work. I know it's not an easy feat to put together a charter school, and we appreciate that.
Madam President, fine.
Trustee Sparks, could I just say one more thing?
Yes, Trustee Valdez and then Trustee Shaw.
Mr. Davis, I don't think I want to tip my hand on how I'm going to vote next month, because I do want to wait for Araceli Chastain's opinion on the financials, okay? Leadership, financials, those are, the most important things to me. Providing parents a choice are the most important things to me. But, I mean, if the staff here gives a thumbs up on your financials, I don't see why I would vote against this.
Thank you. We received an email, I'm suddenly remembering, a few weeks ago related to your school. And Gary, if I could just ask you, as I recall, I was looking on my phone trying to find it, but I think it seemed it was a negative email about your school. And I believe the basic tenor was that it was, they found the curriculum to be religious based, and it's as a public school, of course, you're not supposed to be doing that. That's good. Maybe while we're here having this discussion in public, can I just ask you any substance to the idea that it's religious curriculum?
No, definitely not. I mean, we're very well versed on what's allowed in the state of California, and interspersing religion into schools is not, it's not allowed. And you've got you've got a lot of that curriculum and then all that within your binder, and you won't find anything in there that validates that statement.
Madam President, we had a speaker arrive just after we closed public comments, and they drove here from San Clemente. So I don't know if it would be appropriate to allow them to speak, but we do have one more card on this item.
I would allow that.
Okay, so Michael, if you're here, ready to roll? Okay. You drove through the rain from San Clemente, so we'll give you 3 minutes, huh?
Thank you. Yeah, my business down in Escondido flooded. And so I ended up having to take an Uber to get my car to get up here. So
Well,
thank
I'm
you
glad
very
we
much.
could allow you to speak tonight.
I would just like to speak in favor of this charter school. I have a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old at Capo USD, so in kindergarten and second grade. And I don't know what their life is going to look like, but what I need as a parent is choice. And I'm hoping that my wife needs to have the best education for our kids. That's the most important thing. So I went through 12 years of public education myself. I went through University of California, and I got my doctorate at MIT. So I've got like 25 frigging years of education. And I know how important that education is. I'm a leader. I'm a leader in my company. And I also think that leadership is critical. Whether children grow up to be leaders or not, they need to understand what leadership is and be challenged to leadership. And so I think the combination here of giving choice to parents and giving the ability to see leadership are really critical. And the last thing I just wanted to say is I really appreciate Orange County, California, in providing choice during the pandemic. Bravo. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and I'll just sort of wrap it all up. This school's in my district. I'm super excited what you guys have put together. I know you've worked really, really hard. I mean, I don't even need to lift weights today because I have this to carry around. So I have no doubt that with the leadership, Gary, I've known you for many years, and I know your background and what you've done over the years, and I have no doubt that this will be a very successful school. Sure, it's going to be tough road in the beginning. They always are, but I have full faith that you all are going to be very successful. So I look forward to seeing you back in February. I can't believe we're in January. All right, we'll move on then. Thank you. So now I'll call Anna Day, Administrator, Charter Schools, to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks and members of the board. On December 13th, 2022, Irvine International Academy submitted a material revision to add grades 7 and 8 to its charter petition and to remove the required minutes for physical education. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding that request. Prior to public comments, representatives from Irvine International Academy are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. I now call on representatives from Irvine International to the podium.
Thank you. Before I begin, can I have one? Can I get one of these? I love these things. I don't know where that comes from. Also, the tech guy, would you mind refreshing? Because I think this is an older version. Or we can plug in my laptop. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Let me just get this up. There we go. To be here. So good evening, President Sparks, Board of Trustees, Deputy Superintendent Boyd. It is awesome to be here tonight. I know that last year when Irvine International was up here speaking, there was a lot of controversy. First year charter, it's expected, right? When I came on board, first of all, my name is Dr. Stephen Bean, and I came on board, thank you. I came on board to this great organization in July. The board asked me to come in and just establish a foundation and a culture for this school. And I must tell you, within probably 1 week, I fell in love with the vision of this school. And so tonight, I'm just proud to come in a positive light to share the great things that are happening this year so that you could honor our request to have a couple of material revisions. So let me share what those are. Basically, what we're just asking for is that you allow us to add 7th and 8th grade because we believe that we've built some pretty amazing things that we would love our 6th graders to be able to matriculate and go into 7th grade. And then also allow us to remove the set number of minutes required that we put in the original petition for PE, which is granted to charter schools pursuant to Ed Code Section 47610. And what that does allow us to do is be a little bit more flexible then with our curriculum and our daily bell schedule. So we'll go over that a little bit. But before we do that, I do want to share with you some exciting, well, first let's start with the vision and mission of IIA. the world is getting smaller and smaller as we know it, right? With internet, social media, all of these things connects people around the world on a daily basis. So the vision for IIA is basically this. We must prepare our students not only to be lifelong learners, but also engage them in global citizenship, to be the next global leaders. That is why our mantra is, we want to educate students today to be global leaders tomorrow. That's what we do. And the good news is, just after 1 year of its existence, even through the challenges of last year, our students, 82% of our students met or exceeded in math. That is remarkable. 69% of our students met or exceeded proficiency in ELA. Now let's get to the STEM piece of our charter. Almost 85% of our students met or exceeded proficiency in science. Let me, if I could for a moment, let me just show you this visual. It's a very bad visual, but actually the poorness of this visual shows you how remarkable the data is. That second line is IIA. All of the other lines are Irvine Unified Schools. So for math, you see that IIA ranks just below their top performing school in Irvine, Turtle Rock. And brace yourself, in science, Irvine International leads all of Irvine schools. That is because this board had faith in the vision and mission of this charter. You knew that the great idea was there. With leadership and leadership team, we are making it happen. So let me tell you, you asked a great question, and that was about leadership.
I usually do.
Yeah, okay. And that was about leadership. Well, my leadership style as the executive director of Irvine International, it's all about shared leadership. Just like a conductor in orchestra, that music and those sounds are produced by each of the sections of the orchestra. But it is the director that puts it all together. But the director knows there could not be great sound without each of those instruments. And that is the kind of culture we have built at IIA, a shared leadership model. So as you can see, we have the school administrative team that works very closely with the instructional leadership team. This is new this year. Instructional leadership team consists of lead teachers, principal, campus safety manager. We have a culture and climate team that looks at the safety of the school. All of that centered around our students, our families, and our external stakeholders. I must commend this board having a very robust and great charter division led by Nina. Because I will tell you, it's because of Nina Araceli, who reports to Nina, it is because of their leadership and Anna Day that we were able to work together in these last 4 months to turn around IIA. And so I commend this board for allowing this division to support charters. As I said before, it's about shared leadership. So here are some of the teams that we have just implemented this year. Instructional leadership team, positive behavior intervention team, student success team, safety committee, admin team, SPED team, all working together in a glorious way like an orchestra. And that is what builds upon the culture of making our school a success. Let me tell you about the role of the leadership teams for a second. Not many schools have leadership team, instructional leadership team. What it is a group of lead teachers along with the administrators, along with the assistant principal that guides the instructional school. The lead teacher models, plans, builds, coaches, represents the teachers at that school. We have a very strong leadership team, instructional leadership team. Many people have asked me this year, why the turnaround? Well, here's a secret sauce for making global leaders for tomorrow. First, we have a dual immersion program, as you know, English and Mandarin. We hope in the future to present forth another petition that we can do Spanish, right? Russian, expand that. Right now, we have English and Mandarin. We offer what's called specials classes. That's PE, music, and STEM. So our students go through all three of those special classes in addition to getting dual immersion instruction. Beautiful thing this year. The Larry and Helen Berg Foundation gave us money to actually build a Tinker Lab. And in this Tinker Lab are augmented reality devices. And I'm going to share a little bit more about that in a couple of seconds. We are one of the very few schools in Irvine that offers full-day kindergarten. We just started that today, actually coming back from Christmas break. We provide a full inclusion model for special education. That means we believe, and my heart, I'm all into special education because I was a student with an IEP. I believe that our special ed students should be included in a full inclusion model, not pulled out. And that's the model we have. And then, of course, we have strong teacher support along with a very strong parent engagement. And you'll hear about some of our parents today. Now, let me back up real quick and talk to you about the STEM lab. So our students sit in front of these augmented reality devices. And if you can imagine when we were in 8th grade, we dissected a frog. And the smell of the formaldehyde, I can't even say that word very well. You can say it, Dr. Williams, I'm sure. The smell of the chemicals, the messiness of dissecting the frog goes away with these augmented reality devices because a three-dimensional projection of a frog comes out of that screen. A student has a stylus, a scalpel, and they can dissect that frog and take it apart in 3D. They can take apart engines and put them back together. This is how we build a global leadership competition, by offering these kind of experiences to our kids. And our parents, we couldn't do this without them. This year, we've really engaged and increased parent engagement through a monthly coffee with me, through parent square messages that go home regularly, parent volunteers in the classroom, and a very strong PTO. And then this year, new this year, is we're offering free meals, breakfast and lunches to all of our kids, and an after-school program ran by Strategic Kids through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So you no longer have to hear the headaches about last year's after-school program mess, right? We implemented that this year. So a lot of great things, and this is the result. When we started school in August, we took a hit with enrollment. I'll be very clear. We took a hit with enrollment because of some challenges last year. We started 193 kids. Since then, we have grown to 235 kids, and we're going to get back to where we were and then some. And that is why I'm asking tonight for you to please approve adding 7th and 8th grade and then removing the PE minimum requirement in our charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments? Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are 7 public comments for this item.
Okay, and they'll get 3 minutes. All right. Fernando will be followed by, forgive me if I'm murdering names here, Jaya. Jaya? Jaya. Okay.
Okay, good evening. Leadership, language, community, quality education, cultural awareness, those are the values that our child and many other children have learned by being part of Irvine International Academy. If we don't get approved, if the school doesn't get approved to expand into 7th and 8th grade, our child, like many other children, won't have the opportunity to keep cultivating these values. So please, we ask you to approve it, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jaya, followed by Stacy.
Thank you, members of the board. I don't consider myself a public speaker, so it's really hard for me to be here, but I thought it was so important. I wanted to say that when I was young, I never learned the language of my parents, my family. I wasn't able to speak to my aunts and uncles and even my grandparents. When I became a young adult, I saw that as a misguided but critical error in my upbringing and my education. And so when I became a physician later and I started to research the keys of longevity, happiness, and success, there was one huge commonality, which is relationship, with language being the doorway to relationship. And I really feel like our son should have access to that and to higher levels of fluency. And I think all of the children in this county should have that. And I think that now being a global community, that gives our children and this community at large the chance to come closer to those goals of happiness, longevity, and success, both personally and professionally. And under Dr. Bean, I know any program they start is going to be a great success. So I ask you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Stacy, followed by Ellie.
Hello, board. My name is Stacy Cohn. I am a parent of 2 children at Irvine International Academy, a 3rd grader and 6th grader. I am here in support of IIA starting their middle school. This is our family's 2nd year at IIA, and I have witnessed the growth of the school in such a short period of time. Dr. Bean has created a community atmosphere for our teachers, students, and families. He has added a fantastic music teacher, a STEAM lab with augmented reality he spoke of, and especially the coffee with Dr. Bean. This is a time when parents are provided with updates and changes. Parents can ask questions, provide feedback, raise concerns, and offer suggestions. And he actually does answer us. This transparency has created a cohesive and trusting environment. IAA is a wonderful school with knowledgeable teachers, caring staff, small classroom size, and leadership opportunities for students. The school has given my children the opportunity to continue to learn Mandarin tuition-free. For this, I am grateful. It is because of Dr. Bean's leadership that I am confident he can successfully implement a middle school. My family is looking forward to having our 6th grade daughter attend her 7th grade year at IIA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ellie, followed by Kendra.
你好，我叫孔明秀，我是 IAA 的 Student Body President. Hello, I'm Ellie Cohn, and I'm Irvine International's Academy Student Body President. I'm here to talk about how it would be an amazing addition to add a 7th grade to Irvine International Academy. As a 6th grader, I think it's very important to have a free middle school that is a Mandarin immersion. I've gone to this school for the past 2 years, and I think it is fantastic. The teachers are very nice, the staff is amazing, and we have an overall great environment for us to learn in. Adding a middle school would allow access to for more kids to learn Chinese and to have fun with STEAM. Dr. Bean has added a fantastic STEAM class, music, and many other things. Now we just need to add one more thing, and that is a middle school, so many more people can have access to the free Mandarin immersion school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ellie, you are going to be a tough act to follow. We're going to have Kendra, followed by Annie.
Hello, board. I'm speaking on behalf of Kendra Chow, who is our parent. She was here, but she had to leave. She apologizes. Hello, OCB board. My name is Kendra Chow. I have 2 kids at IIA and live in Irvine. My family and I moved from San Francisco 1.5 years ago, and where my kids attended Mandarin Immersion Public School. It's the thing that we missed the most in Irvine until we found the IIA. So this year has been exceptional under Dr. Bean's leadership. First of all, staff is very qualified and competent. Parent involvement is strong. So look at us here. We're all here to support our school. Culture of the school fosters learning, character, and fun. Last year, based off the test scores, you have seen the presentation. Most of our students met or exceeded standards in math, science, and English language arts. And our test scores met or surpassed other dual language schools, Irvine Unified Schools, and others in California. Also, this year we added character highlights. Character traits are encouraged throughout monthly award shows, such as being the nicest neighbor or being delightfully dedicated. Finally, our culture has changed. We have been celebrating as a community Lunar New Year and other cultures such as Chico de Mayo celebration. So, yeah, Cinco de Mayo. Sorry, Kendra. So we have been celebrating all the cultures because we're a diverse community. So you have seen and heard the request for our immersion schools to continue. We hope that this way our world economy and culture, the way they move as a Chinese and Asian future culture, we can, with the 7th to 8th grade, our students can be prepared for that world. So thank you so much. We'll see you in February.
Annie will be followed by Felipe.
Good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Annie Leung, and I'm a proud parent of a 6th grader at IIA. Just like the other parents here that you heard from, I'm also here to express my gratitude and appreciation for IIA's existence. As a student of weekend Chinese schools growing up, I know firsthand that weekend language schools just doesn't cut it. To truly learn a language and culture well, you have to be immersed in it on a daily basis. That's why I feel so fortunate that IIA exists. IIA is helping raise well-rounded individuals and setting them up for success. This year, I've heard nothing but praises about our principal. Many can attest that I like to pop into our school unannounced, and I see firsthand how hard our staff works every single day. Everyone knows me by my first name, and I like to give hugs and receive hugs from everyone there because we are that tight-knit of a school. Our CASP test scores reflect how much our students are learning and what a great job the teachers are doing. I can't help but boast that we are #1 in science and #2 in math. Our test scores confirm what a good job the school is doing, surpassing 27 of 28 IUSD schools in its first year. IIA has all the components to be the best: a solid principal, dedicated teachers, hardworking staff, and caring parents who truly want the school to succeed. My 6th grader really does love it there and hopes she can continue 7th and 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You'll be our concluding speaker, Felipe.
Good evening, everybody. For those of you who don't remember who I am, my name is Felipe Delgado, and I am a proud parent of 2 students attending Irvine International Academy. One of them is in the 1st grade, the other one is in the 5th grade. Now, since the last time I've been here, there's been a lot of changes at the school, a lot of positive changes. One, of course, is that I now serve on the board of directors at the school. The other one, not to ruin any, of your glory, but we did hire a new executive director, Dr. Bean, who has rallied the teachers, the students, the parents, everybody involved in the school. Now, I could have gone over all the things he did in his presentation, but you did leave one thing out, and that is that we have a new website for the school that reflects the refreshed 2nd year. It is irvineiia.org. If you get an opportunity, please go there and look at it. If you go under the school accountability and board members, you'll see a professional picture of me in there. Okay? Now, everybody here is fortunate because I brought a small piece of the heart of IIA with me.
Hello, everyone. I am Raymond Delgado, and I'm a 5th grade student at Irvine International Academy. I'm also the student council treasurer. This is an excellent school, and we all like it. So the students would like to continue our bilingual education all the way to 8th grade. Thank you. 大家好，我是 Raymond Delgado，我是 Irvine International Academy 5年级的学生。我也是学生会员的财政部长。这是一个非常好的学校，我们都喜欢，所以我们学生想继续在这个双语学校学习中英文到8年级。谢谢。
Great job. Thank you.
So as an IIA board member, I can tell you that at IIA, the students learn, the teachers instruct, the administrative staff leads, and the parents support the dream that is Irvine International Academy. That is the model that we're planning to use for our 7th and 8th grade classes. All we need is for you to approve the revision of the charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for Irvine International Academy. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published by February 14th, and the board will take action on the material revision at the March 1st board meeting. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
All right, I'll start to my left. Trustee Barkey, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think the public comments and everything was very, very comprehensive. And in addition to that, I would say in the last 6 months, I've been on campus twice, and I have seen nothing but happy faces, happy parents, happy children, amazing administrators, teachers. I can't say enough great things. Having you there, Dr. Bean, has been such a blessing to the school. I think you've really done an amazing job in turning that school around, and I'm very excited to vote in March. I can't wait. So thank you for all you guys do.
Trustee Williams.
Yes, Dr. Bean, you are an incredible human being. And the type of enthusiasm, respect, and dedication to the job is just truly admirable and second to none. Thank you, sir, for bringing this school around. This board believed in you, almost your school vision to almost 2 years ago. Mr. Delgado, you came and you spoke at almost every single one of those meetings. Your son is incredible. He's going to be a winner. And let me say something to Ellie. Where is Ellie? There she is. I'm just impressed with you. Both of you, both of these young people. Dr. Bean, you've created a new generation that gives us hope for the future. And I look forward to, I believe in the vision, and you're going to carry that forward to the 7th and 8th grade.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Shaw.
Thank you. Dr. Bean, when did you start exactly at the school? Can you remind me? When was your start date exactly?
It was July 17th, July 18th, something like that.
July of just
Just this past year, yeah.
Great. Well, my one comment, I do have a question for you, but I joined this board July of 2020, so I still feel fairly new, but I remember, this was one of the first schools that came around when I was just joining the board, and there was critics, and I remember having the idea that this is mostly going to be, the idea around learning foreign language, as we've seen demonstrated, which is great. But boy, when you put that slide up about, the science scores, the other scores, wow, I mean, you guys are really carrying the torch in other areas too. So very, very impressive. I just want to commend you. But could you just speak just a little bit? I know the revision is on the PE requirement, and could you just give me a little more detail about what that is?
Yeah, so the original charter had minimum PE minutes, and we found that offering a dual immersion along with PE, music, and STEAM, we didn't have enough minutes in the day, so we need the flexibility, as charters are allowed to do under Ed Code with PE, to allow us each year as we create our bell schedule to have PE minutes based on what our need is at that time. So it was just a business need decision versus being handcuffed to saying, oh, we have to have 1,000 minutes, every 2 weeks. And so we do have, well, I don't think it's 1,000, whatever it is, but we do have a dedicated PE teacher, unlike many schools. And so our students go through PE weekly. But last year, what we found was they were going to PE every day for 30 minutes a day based on the original charter. So we just needed that flexibility to remove that language.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, Trustee Valdez.
Getting back to that PE issue, I'm much more concerned with what the parents want than, my personal opinion. For my kids, they get tons of exercise in all types of after-school activities. So if the school did not offer PE, that wouldn't mean that much to me. But it does concern me that, maybe parents in your school do care about that. And I don't understand. You're kind of saying you're just going to eliminate it? Or
No, not at all. No. We're not eliminating PE at all. PE remains. In fact, PE is one of our specials classes, PE, music, and STEAM. What we're asking is that we're not limited to the number of minutes that is written in the original charter. We're just asking that language be removed so that we can be flexible with the minutes. So we're not eliminating PE at all.
I still don't understand that.
Okay, so there are requirements for public schools, not charter schools, not charter public schools, but charter schools for PE instructional minutes. And we have a PE teacher that held to that last year with fidelity. And because the ed code says charter schools have the flexibility of the PE requirements, we are taking advantage of that and saying, can you take out the language that says we have to have X amount of minutes? And on a day, I don't know the minutes exactly right now. I think it's about 100 minutes a week that you have to have of PE minutes. That's what all schools have to have. But charters do not. Charters are not required to do that because charters have certain curriculum specialties that they must do, that sometimes they need to be flexible with those PE minutes. We're not eliminating it.
Are you going to offer the parents the same amount of PE options if they want to continue that? That's my concern. I don't want you taking a parent who's already in your school who wants their son or daughter to have a certain amount of PE minutes because maybe they don't get it outside of school, and then you're going to take that away from them. That's my
we're offering PE as it is right now. It's just to make up the additional minutes our homeroom teachers have to take their kids out to do extra PE. So we're not taking away or eliminating the PE program at all. So what the parents are familiar with, what the students are familiar with, that will continue next year as well. It's just now we don't have to cram in that tight schedule to try to get our homeroom teachers to take their students out to do another PE lesson. Does that make sense? No. Well, here, don't make, okay. Let me just say it again. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. So let me just say it again.
Dr. Bean, I just want to be clear. For me, it's about the parents and what they want. If they're okay with no PE in their kids' educational system, I'm not going to say no to that. That's not my. But if they want
what you're
that,
saying is incorrect.
Okay.
We're not saying no PE. We still have PE. What we're saying is to remove the language in the original charter, which requires X amount of minutes. And I don't know what that X amount of minutes, I think it's in front of you in your charter. We're just asking to remove that language, because that language should have never been in that chart to begin with, because charter schools do not have to abide by those PE minutes that are required by the state of California. So we're not eliminating PE.
I was going to say, if I could just interject, to simplify it, every petitioner who submits their petition identifies the parameters of their program. What Dr. Bean is referring to is in the original petition, it designated, let's just say, 100 minutes of PE. Now they're bound to deliver 100 minutes of PE along with the physical education program that they're doing. So when we're working with them and we're auditing, are they fulfilling what their charter petition says, then we're making sure they're doing PE and those 100 minutes. He's asking for flexibility now, that in the 100 minutes he wishes had never been in there,
Yeah.
And so, because they're already offering PE. And this way, they will be able to flex along with other programs that they're doing in the core curriculum areas. So this is really to ensure that they don't get an exception when we're doing oversight and accountability and coming to the board and saying they're not meeting the goals and objectives that they identified in their original petition. This, if the board grants their approval, which it's up to the board in March, but it would really just give them flexibility in scheduling, as well as ensuring that our oversight team will not ding them for not meeting that goal.
Thank you, Nana. I didn't want to say that. I'd let her say that. I didn't want to.
All right, Dr. Bean, I think I'm okay with that, and you know, I think you understand where I'm at as far as what the parents want. It's what they want, not what I want. But I just want to make sure that no one is, you know, figuring it out that there's, you know, a negative impact on their son or daughter.
Can I give you an example of that? So when I came on board, I said, why do we have a half a day kindergarten? We should have a full day kindergarten. And I talked to the charter division, and we worked together on, well, let's make sure, to your point, that parents want that. So we made sure to talk to every single kindergarten parent. And we had a few that didn't want full day, so we sat with them for several meetings, and we came up with a compromise, and everybody's happy, and we're a full day program. So to your point, we absolutely include the voices of parents.
Okay. Last question, Dr. Bean, is, you know, anytime I'm going to approve a business expansion, I would like to know where you are financially now. So, you know, maybe Araceli can speak to this, but where are your financials now as you ask us to expand your charter?
Yeah, so in transparency, because our enrollment was less and our ADA was less than what we had planned because of the challenges last year, we need to raise local funding to offset that. So our goal to raise about $250,000 in local funding, we've already gotten about $145,000 of that to make it through this year. And from years here on out, as our enrollment increases and as we're allowed to expand to 7th and 8th grade, our finances are perfectly fine, as you'll see in the charter revision packet.
Have we received that?
Yeah, it's part of the financial section in the packet.
And you'll also have that in the staff report next month so all that will be comprehensive.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just finish up. Dr. Bean, phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal work you have done. You have turned this place around.
We have done.
Well, I know, but with your leadership, and it does take a village, and I appreciate Mr. Delgado. I know, Mr. Delgado.
It's all Mr. Delgado.
So, but we've all been in this boat together, rowing in the same direction, and not ever giving up. And you were able to kind of swoop in and really, with the help of Mr. Delgado and the parents, who also continue to believe in the success of the school. The test scores are just over the top, and it just shows when you put the right people in the right places, we can make things happen for our community. And I'm just so proud of you guys. I almost want to shed a tear. I'm so proud. So thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to seeing you in March.
All right, thank you, board. Thank you.
Okay. Very
Madam
exciting.
President, could we take a brief break so that they can reset mics and?
So let's take a 5-minute break. Yeah. All right. See you in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
the meeting back to order if you'd like to take a seat or leave. Your choice. Okay, so we moved a few items around. So now we're moving on to what is now item 11, the proposed board policy regarding parental rights. Trustee Valdez. And we have, I think, one public comment that we would do before or after.
I think we should do that before.
Yeah.
Great. Our one public comment on this item is from Lynn.
3 minutes. No, you guys, you're on number 12.
We moved some items around. So this one is, what we're going to hear here is the proposed board policy regarding parental rights. And I believe there's only one speaker to that, and that is Lynn.
Excuse me, before we begin, I was assuming it was going to be after number 11, so I wasn't quite prepared to jump up. I'm Lynn Riddle, and I question Trustee Valdez's proposed Parents' Bill of Rights policy. First, I have to ask, why is this proposal under any consideration? What is it directed to achieve? Note, the first line under Parents' Bill of Rights states only that parents should have, and then gives a list of rights. Is this nothing more than the board's wish list, one that simply refuses to accept the fact, in fact repudiates binding statutory and federal court authority? Worse, won't this policy lead to people in our county to repudiate, even rebel against their local school boards by insisting that they're being politically prevented from exercising some fictional OCBE-created rights? Rights are laws and that our courts expressly limit when parents choose to send their children to public schools. As the Ninth Circuit so clearly affirmed in Fields versus Palmdale Schools, where the issue was the lawfulness of the school district's administration to 7 to 10-year-olds of a survey containing a few sexual thought content inquiries, no Supreme Court opinions have ever, and I quote, afforded parents a right to compel public schools to follow the parents' own idiosyncratic views as to what information the schools may disperse. Parents have a right, said the court, to inform their children when and as they wish on the subject of sex. But the court continued, they have no constitutional right to prevent the public school from providing its students with whatever information it wishes to provide, sexual or otherwise, when and as the school determines that it is appropriate to do so, and end of quote. Second, who gave this board any authority to create such suggested contrary rights? The policy doesn't state any source on that question. The policy's preamble notes 20 U.S.C. 6318 and Education Code Section 51101. Those federal and state provisions merely direct the creation of a parental participation policy. Neither authorizes parents to, for example, opt their children out of classroom assignments, core curriculum, or any material a parent thinks inappropriate, quote unquote, or to cancel their children's own right to confidentiality when they seek the care, comfort, and guidance from trusted school psychologists. That's absurd, it's monstrous, and it's contrary to law. Is that 3 minutes or 2?
Thank you. 3.
Thank you.
For your time. Okay, Trustee Valdez.
I'm sorry, I just have one more thing to remind you that the Department of Education already has a conforming policy
Thank
to
you
the
for your
very
time.
thing that you cited.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Trustee Valdez.
Thank you, Trustee Sparks. So with respect to the policy that I am proposing, I think it is directed to probably less than 1/10 of 1% of the teachers in Orange County. I want to make clear that this is something that I have thought, very deeply about since I was appointed. I've been accumulating quite a bit of information, which I'm going to list at least some of that here tonight. Um, I recently appeared at a teacher's night of the year, with the some other board trustees, and I can tell you that the dedication of the teachers that I saw was just simply exceptional. So, I don't want anything that I'm doing here to be interpreted as an assault on teachers. It is most certainly not. Nonetheless, it is very clear to me that there is a small fraction, again, much less than 1%, of teachers in Orange County who I believe are going well beyond their bounds as teachers, well beyond what they should be teaching in the classrooms. I'll just give some examples. Recently, a teacher from the San Juan Hills High School made a national news story. Her name was Flint. That is what she asked to be called by. She had an alternative library. She flaunted it on social media. The alternative library had very questionable materials, at least questionable to me. And she was very clear that she was trying to hide that library from parents in her social media posts. In Tustin recently, we had an 8th grade teacher who teaches world history, who assigned a non-curricular extra credit project on writing about revolts, recommending that a BLM revolt was one to emulate. We have also in the Tustin School Board members who are, in my view, stonewalling parents who have requested legitimate pieces of information. We have a school board member who also told a parent at a public meeting that if they did not like the way the school board was being run, they should move. Recently, at the Oxford Preparatory Academy, which were some presentations that we had here, I believe I saw evidence of a teacher who was deliberately trying to hide a third-party contract from parents. I believe that email was very clear that she was trying to hide the intent of that contract from parents. I believe that also at the Oxford Preparatory Academy, there were some posters that were posted in a classroom. I found them to be relatively objectionable, and we found out later that the administration was not even aware of those posters. We had parents appearing here at these board meetings who felt completely and totally disregarded by that school. And to be clear, that school did redirect itself. They did, in my view, did the appropriate mea culpas, but only when presented with the possibility of not getting their expanded charter. I've seen evidence from constituents of condoms being posted on walls. We have crisis intervention posters at the Santa Ana School District with leading students to companies called Trevor Project and Trevor Space. Again, I feel that parents are simply substantially disregarded there. Recently, there was a Register article that we saw on December 29th, and I'm going to quote the article in particular, where the person who wrote it wrote, "The whole parents' rights movement, which as far as I can tell, seeks to put parental opinions and desires ahead of expert advice, seems to have a better than average foothold in Orange County." My response to that is this. I don't believe that a parents' rights policy seeks to put parental opinions ahead of experts, but I'd like to be on the same footing, okay? I think that over the last few years, we've seen a lot of evidence where experts originally told us that masks were important to not spread COVID-19. That proved to be incorrect. I felt that there was some legitimate dissent to those mandates that was squashed in social media, even by Harvard epidemiologists. We had experts telling us to close down the schools. We now have evidence to see that that was a mistake. And in that process, we lost decades of school gains in that 1 year. I believe the parents' rights policy I'm proposing is supported by in excess of 70% of Orange County. I believe that anyone who opposes it is greatly and totally in the minority. I believe it's necessary by the evidence. I think all of you as colleagues know, I'm not swayed by emotions. I look for evidence. The evidence that I see decides my policy-making decisions. I believe the evidence is there, it is supported, and I believe this policy is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe that was I think you meant to say epidemiologist, right?
I did. Epidemiologist.
Epidemiologist, yes. Okay, do we have any additional comments to the parent rights policy? I'll start with my left. Trustee Barkey. Thank you. Trustee Williams.
When don't I have an opinion,
Right, I know.
Wholeheartedly support and agree, and I'm very much a parallel to the thinking and the mindset behind this. Again, for people who may not understand, this is board policy for those access schools that we have oversight and duty to follow. The LCAP gives us and empowers the board to make these types of policies. And other than a few minor corrections that Trustee Valdez and I have talked before, this is important for our parents. And whether or not another school district adopts this, that's up to them. This is all about local control of education, and that's what I think this advances.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Shaw. Oh, were you going to say something?
Trustee Williams pointed out to me in a conversation that section 1, point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it should say Orange County Superintendent, not local school district superintendent, so that's a correction. And it should say, and the Orange County Board of Education, not local Board of Education. So those are some minor corrections, but so thank you, Trustee Williams.
Thank you. And I appreciate Dr. Williams will largely clarified what I wanted to get across, and maybe I could ask Mr. Rowland or Trustee Valdez, just kind of put into plain English out there, what does this policy do exactly? What is the legal implications of adopting this, and what does it do exactly? So I mean, Ken's saying things like LCAP and stuff, and I don't know that everyone's going to understand that.
Board policies are exclusively how we govern ourselves. The rules by which we conduct business at board meetings and how we do business in the community. Resolutions are statements, mission statements, statements of support. So a board policy simply tells us what we think and tells the public where we stand on a particular issue.
Okay.
So it may need to be administrative policy also to actually implement this? Is that what you're suggesting?
Sometimes we, on previous occasions, have offered an administrative regulation to execute on the board policy. That would inform staff on how to execute our policies.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just make an additional comment, I think, that emerged out of your comments, Trustee Valdez, and that is that, parents need to understand what's going on in the classroom. Parents and teachers need to learn to work together in lifting up and educating our children in the core subjects. That's the end of the story. It's pretty simple. So I appreciate the effort that you put into this document, and that's all I have to say for now. All right, so what's next?
So George, you're going to bring this back next month with an actual action item.
With those minor corrections, I'm going to bring this back as an action item for a vote by the board.
So tonight was just purposes of discussion. Okay.
Really, I don't mind, throwing the policy out there for discussion and public comment. I wanted to hear the public comments tonight. I wanted to see if any of the trustees, had an idea that of something that I should include. I'm not I'm not afraid of, or, I'm not trying to avoid any of that. I think that's good from a policymaking perspective to have all views, heard. And that's why I didn't put it on here simply for a vote. I wanted to hear what everyone had to say. We don't get an opportunity to talk, as everyone on the dais knows. So it's only here, or basically, nowhere else. So I just wanted to hear what everyone had to say.
Madam President, one of the speakers had 11 and 12 on their speaker card. They've said that they'd like to, it's with regards to this item, that's Brenda Lepsek.
Oh, okay.
So she's one of the ones that spoke earlier that is in that cluster.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Fine with me.
So I was going to mention this. So those are typical policies, Ben. If you've already spoken at our meeting, we won't. But so we'll give you 1 minute. How's that?
He told me I could up there.
Oh, no,
on
it's
the
okay.
agenda.
We'll give you a minute.
Oh, a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I agree with Judge Riddle on this because I think parents need to know the rights that have been removed from them. And they need to be known very explicitly. What she said was true. Parents don't have very many rights. They need to know that for the sake of equity, they say, they need to be told that the school personnel and mental health workers can change their child's gender identity on CalPAD system without their consent or knowledge. They don't know that. They need to know that the California Teachers Union passed a policy saying kids can have access to puberty blockers and hormone therapy without parent consent or knowledge. They need to know AB 1184 says kids can bill their parents' insurance for medical gender services without their consent. They need to know that the School Library Journal, which is a esteemed resource for school librarians, has recommended books in our kindergartners all these books that gender can change like the weather for infinite pronouns and infinite genders. They need to know this, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Okay, that brings us to now item, I believe, number 12, the board action on contract for equity and OC health implementation grant agreement that Trustee Williams will be talking about, but we have first
We do have several
public
cards on
comments.
this one as well.
Okay.
So as I had mentioned, normally, if you've already spoken at our meeting, we wouldn't allow that, but we're going to have 2 speakers who spoke previously, so you'll also be given a minute here. Frank, followed by taxpayer. Frank? Frank, you... Oh. All right, so 1 minute for you.
So I was going to finish my speech, but I travel around all of California and speak on this exact topic. I speak to hundreds of board members, and I want to tell you this. We didn't fight for this. I didn't fight to be put on a pedestal and be poked at like I'm some animal in a zoo. My community fought to be accepted and loved by our society. A lot of the problems that my community face would be solved if all of you did was invested millions of dollars in teaching kids just to be nice. It doesn't matter if a kid wants to wear a dress and he's a boy. It doesn't matter if a girl has her hair whacked out and looks weird. All you need to know is just be nice. That's what our society needs, and you have the power to do that. Do not approve this grant. It does none of that. It hurts my community. It makes me look like a joke. Please help the LGBTQ. Do not hinder us with this grant. It does nothing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Madam Taxpayer, you'll get a minute too.
My tax money goes toward this grant, and this grant should not be approved at all. I'm shocked that we have a grant that gives access to our children when in the name of equity and wellness. If my kid is at school and they get a broken arm, who do they call? They call the parents. They say, you need to come get your kid. I think they broke their arm. You take them to the doctor. I don't call them back and say, hey, I'm busy. Can you take them to get their x-ray done and get the cast done and let me know how it goes? That's not how the way medical operations work in this country. I don't call the school and say, hey, my kid's having a bad day. Can you get him psychologically evaluated because I'm busy and I don't really care about my kid? That's not going to happen. You know, we work really hard for our money and our tax dollars, and we have medical care for our kids. There's many, many ways to solve equity and disparities in healthcare in this county, and we have the resources for it. This grant should not go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Drew, if we could, Judge.
Yes, excuse me. But I would like to ask, other speakers who have already had 3 minutes have been given an extra minute, and I was unable to.
No, they only had 2 minutes, and we're giving them 1 extra minute.
Thank you, then I stand corrected.
Okay. So Drew, if you could reset it to 3 minutes. I believe these speakers we hadn't heard from, so we'll go first to Walter, followed by Lori. We'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you for having me, trustees. The notion of sphere sovereignty was first formulated at the turn of the 20th century by Dutch Prime Minister Abraham Kuyper. Kuyper's theory of sphere sovereignty was primarily directed against the danger of the state as a great monster grabbing power and influence wherever it could. Kuyper saw such a leviathan, which would take away all freedom from the individual, as the great danger of his time, and I think it's the great danger of our time. Sphere sovereignty is a concept that each sphere of life has its own distinct responsibilities and authority or competence and stands equal to the other spheres of life. Local control and parental rights are foundational to the success of K-12 education. Constitutionally, the federal government has no role in education, period, let alone offering programs that are inconsistent with the purpose of K-12 education, which is to teach critical thinking skills, inculcate knowledge and facts, develop character, and produce self-governing citizens. Typically, when the federal government involves itself in education, it's for some ideological purpose having nothing to do with the basic mission of K-12 education, and it always comes with strings attached. This is money that never should have gone to the federal government in the first place, which could be better and more efficiently directed at the local or county level. With respect to the Equity and OC initiative, on the website FAQ, the question is asked, how will this equity work address structural racism in Orange County? The response is that structural racism is one of the root causes of inequality in Orange County and beyond. One of the main values of the Equity and OC initiative is centering and being an anti-racist initiative. What on earth does this have to do with educating children? And who has determined that Orange County is structurally racist? And has anyone defined what specifically does equity mean? My understanding of equality is that individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. My understanding of equity is that of allocating resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. If that is the current working definition of equity, then it was not Martin Luther King's dream. Equality of opportunity was his dream. In the case of EIOC, Equity and OC, the initiative grant, it appears to be nothing more than progressive diversity, equity and inclusion, and critical race theory ideology sneaked into K-12 administration that does nothing to improve education in Orange County. It only consists of more government meddling in local affairs, promoting a nebulous idea of social justice. It's a Faustian bargain, at best. While it may appear to be free money for a good cause, it is a usurpation of parental control and local elected leadership by government bureaucrats under the ruse of public health. I have no idea why the OC Board of Education would wish to associate in any way with Equity and OC. Free money always comes with a cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Lori, followed by Patty.
I speak to highlight 2 concerns that many of us in this room and beyond have about this grant. First, we have been told that this grant, which streamlines connections between schools and mental health services, specifically Children's Hospital of Orange County, will simply create well spaces for stressed children. Counselors will pass out coloring books and lead yoga classes. We find it difficult to accept this as the primary goal of a CDC grant of over $500,000. Consider that AB 1184 has just become law. Planned Parenthood sponsored 1184. CTA created the concept of 1184 in a June 2019 policy statement advocating that students be permitted to leave campuses to receive hormones to begin the gender transitioning process. In January 2020, CTA's Civil Rights to Education Subcommittee advocated for school-based health clinics to provide all students, particularly transgender and non-binary youth, access to a broad range of services. AB 1184 mandates insurance coverage for all these sensitive services without parent knowledge or consent. This equity in Orange County grant creates these spaces on campus with Planned Parenthood as a highly recommended private partner. Yet we are told not to be concerned. We should not engage in the spreading of misinformation. If we have questions, just call the Orange County Department of Education. Second, we are very concerned that the justification for this grant is the systemic racism denies access to health care in Orange County. We do not for one moment question the need to improve access to health care. However, we challenge this assumption and the use of critical race theory as the framework for public policy. I challenge the use of a utopian yardstick to measure race relations in 21st century America. The price of true equity is totalitarianism. That's a price I am unwilling to pay. I urge that the OCDE not move forward with this grant and for schools to question the use of well spaces as an escape from academic instruction, which allows students to become independent adults. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty will be followed by Richard.
Hello, my name is Patricia Cabada, and I'm here as a tia. I'm going to ask some questions. Sorry, I get nervous. What legal authority does a superintendent have to enter this grant? Is it true that it bypasses the elected officials? Are you aware that it violates federal law and Administrative Procedures Act? What legal authority does this have to stop it? Why does this action grant put Dr. Clayton Chow in charge of the organization doing the grant or any other organization giving students private information to third parties, knowing that you cannot do that without a written signature from parents? In this grant, why does it not raise the alarm on the board? How does the superintendent, or he thinks he has the authority to supersede the Administrative Procedure Act or the elected body? Administrative Procedures Act, all grants by unelected bodies must go through the elected governing body. If not, it is a violation of this act. The superintendent does not have the legal authority to make the decision on his own without the board's vote. Giving out minors, students' private information to unelected entities without the parent's written signature is a violation of FERPA. The superintendent and his actions on this grant need to be investigated and a lawsuit brought forth by this board. He is violating the Administrative Procedures Act. No outside entity or health department or others have the legal right to supersede the elected Orange County Board of Education. Board, I'm very confused. On your agenda, it says that the timeline started on November the 1st. So has this been passed, or is it still up to being passed? Because it's very confusing. And when I looked at the different agendas, I could not find it on any of them. And I went just as far as back as June of the previous year. And I'm very concerned with this. Establish a wellness-based student advisory council. What is that? Is that going to create the same shit show that it did when the redistricting started? And then all of the work of the parents coming over here and you guys doing all of the work, and then it all went out the door because here came in some committee that nobody knew about. Is that what it's going to create? Where someone else is going to come in here and tell all of you how to do your job, even though they're not an elected official, and you guys were voted by the parents, the people of this county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Richard.
Hello, board. It's a pleasure. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I appreciate the time and thank you for allowing me the time to speak. Good evening. My name is Richard, and I'm here to say that critical race theory is a Trojan horse. It's not about uplifting people of color. It's about creating hate and glorifying violence. Is there some truth in it? Of course. Deception is not possible without partial truths. Critical race theory says that there are privileged oppressors and marginalized oppressed. Historically, this is true. But it broad brushes these groups just like the Nazis did. The Nazis instigated hate against all Jews by saying that they were the ones responsible for Jesus' mistreatment and crucifixion. In the same way, CRT says all whites in America are responsible for black slavery, which happened 200 years ago. It also says anyone who does not believe in expansive fluid genders and sexualities is a racist, regardless of their skin color. With that mindset, even Martin Luther King Jr. would have been considered a racist, since he was a Christian minister who believed in biblical principles. Maybe that's why the ethnic studies model curriculum did not include him in the list of historical figures, important historical figures. In fact, the curriculum demeans Martin Luther King Jr. by calling him passive and docile. CRT is not about justice, it's about power. The black and brown colors were added to the pride flag because they are teaching kids that skin color is the same as interchangeable, fluctuating genders and sexualities. They are teaching kids to become political zealots in order to fight for their sexual and gender identities and to use violence if necessary. These teachings crumble the moral foundation of our society. Instead of in God we trust, it will be in feelings we trust. The new definition of freedom and liberty will be no right or wrong, which will lead to chaos and self-justified crime. Board and OCDE staff, I pray that God gives you the wisdom on how to stop this teaching from coming into our K-12 schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Trustee Williams, you're up.
Yeah, so President Sparks, I would like to make the motion to bring action item number 12 for discussion at this time. There'll be greater clarification. Because of the complex nature of this issue, I would request unanimous consent that a video that I created to help set some baseline be shown, and I've asked our good superintendent to have this queued up if we could play this at this time, but I'll need a second first.
I don't have any more cards. Okay. Now, again, if you spoke previously, we'll give you 1 minute, okay? How about that?
I can talk fast. Okay, so I went down the rabbit
Wait,
hole.
before you start, if you would state your name for the record.
Sure,
Thank you.
Jennifer Freedom.
Thank you.
Okay, so I went down the little rabbit hole to figure out how this all went down. And I know the Orange County Board of Supervisors got about $500 million at the beginning of the whole COVID fund. But everything had to say COVID, 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 or they had to give the money back. So then what happened was Dr. Clayton Shaw decided to make it called health. So then they said, oh, we want to control the schools, but we have no way because you guys were being diligent, protecting what the parents wanted. So then Clayton came up with another great idea. He would go ahead and take some of that money, call it health, COVID protection, and throw equity in there too, and then go to United nonprofit and get the nonprofit to give you guys a grant under the auspiciousness that you would follow all these little rules and you'd give a hold harmless agreement to them, meaning that none of these parents would have any idea. They'd agree to everything, no different than how we don't use emergency cards anymore or permission slips. If you sign your kid up in September, parents, I hope you're watching. In September, when you sign up and you fill out your emergency card, just know you're giving your kid to the wolves. So I need you guys to fight. I need you to fight and not let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Sparks, could I be given an opportunity to make a comment at this point?
Seconded, we can't go any further.
I will second Dr. Williams' motion. I think you made a motion to discuss and play a video.
Do you want to play the video
If
first?
I can, play the video, then have a discussion after that.
Her name was Jennifer.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Traditionally, the primary purpose of education is to teach our children to think critically and inculcate facts and knowledge. Education of our children is based upon local control of education. Local control always supports the rights of parents to direct the upbringing of children. In 1947, in Mendez versus Westminster, the contemporary understanding of educational equality began here in Orange County, but in the decades since the Civil Rights era and the Mendez landmark case, education in the United States has been transformed where local control is usurped by the federal government influence, parental rights are ignored, and the primary purpose of education has been distorted with a resulting mission drift. In this video, Dr. Ken Williams, member of the Orange County Board of Education, presents a CDC grant that advances the role of federal government, public-private partnerships, and international entities in local education.
Hi, this is Dr. Ken Williams. I want to show you this video about what's happened since the Mendez versus Westminster and the Brown versus Board of Education. A lot has happened, a lot has changed. The Civil Rights era certainly began the effort to reform education and make it better, but let's see what's happening today.
So why the division and controversy with this federal grant? The grant is called Social Determinants of Health Implementation, granted by the Orange County Public Health Department, also called Equity in OC. The primary purpose of education has changed in the last several decades since the Civil Rights era. Not too many years ago, it was about teaching critical skills and inculcating facts and knowledge. Those basic days are a long distance past. Fundamentally, a serious problem can occur, and it's called mission drift. Mission drift occurs when our primary purpose is diluted and changed. It becomes the implementation of different priorities. In this instance, Washington, D.C. priorities. And just what are those priorities? It's the usurpation by federal government in priorities and grants. Do federal grants bypass local control of governance by unelected bureaucrats? Does the CDC school-based health clinics become a priority to Orange County? The short answer is yes to all these questions. Again, what is the primary purpose of education here in Orange County? What can go wrong? Teaching is and should always be a priority of facts and knowledge, and not politics or indoctrination of political ideologies. Historically, for the past decade, the plan to integrate education, public health, and school health sectors is really nothing new. It dates back several years. The California State Board of Education years ago adopted the CDC model for the whole child framework of integrating education with public health, social determinants of health. In the 2022 document, the California Department of Education once again supports its decision for California public schools to further the whole child approach originally conceived and adopted by the CDC. Now the federal priorities to the COVID-19 pandemic have called for greater alignment of these priorities that include integration and collaboration between education leaders, bureaucrats, hospitals, and public health sectors to impact education and our students at a local level. Therefore, no longer does local control of education exist when we have federal priorities. Without a single vote by locally elected leaders, public health and education going forward will impact our students with changes that parents, many teachers, and our constituents do not want. The CDC refers to their plan as a whole school, whole community, also called WISC, W-S-C-C, and I will pronounce it WISC model throughout this presentation.
This is the same model that the California Board of Education adopted. A coincidence? Again, the California Whole Child Education Plan implements the CDC federal model called WISC.
WISC advances aligning certain controversial federal goals to be put into action without a proven approach to education. Naturally, this causes significant mission drift because it is the federal vision of the local model of school reform that the federal CDC funds in this grant are advancing. While this presentation is limited to the grant at hand and other negative local impacting goals, if you're interested in learning more about the WISC model, you can go to the WISC website. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Division of Adolescent and School Health is called DASH, and it was created in 1988. DASH plays a key role in working with state and local education agencies on the governance position and principles on teen sexuality. In the subsequent grant reviewed in this video, the CDC, through its Division of Adolescent and School Health, again also called DASH, promotes the very similar principles as a guidepost for local efforts to implement school-based medical health clinics, or well spaces that will be described later. My primary concern with this grant is the concerted effort by local, state, and federal government entities to disrupt and change local control of education, or to dismiss the role of parents and parental rights to direct the upbringing of their children. By the way, many U.S. schools already have healthcare and mental health services infrastructure in place. It doesn't take a rocket engineer to figure out that this is ongoing throughout our nation. The problem I see with federal grants is that it eventually transforms governance policies such as the Orange County Equity Initiative that came from Washington, D.C., and from there to the Orange County Healthcare Agency. These grants transform the role of governance of locally elected officials and bypass the process of democratically controlled governance decisions. I believe they are a ruse, and through public and private entities, the CDC and these public-private partnerships, public health departments, and local and county schools are implementing policies by bypassing dutifully elected government officials. In particular, the Equity in Orange County Initiative and the federal funds were originally for the COVID-19 pandemic. But with COVID-19 really an endemic viral pathogen, an epidemic does not exist. The vaccines never produced and protected our population, as Dr. Fauci promised. What other impact can these federal government funds have on our community? Well, let's read the words of the plan itself. The Equity and OC Initiative, or plan, defines it as an evolving document and supports community members with a common language and shared understanding of health equity. So how do community members with a common and equitable language respond to an evolving document? How can a document and values evolve and change if we are so divided already as a nation and community? And by implementing these federal funds, divisive models like critical race theory are introduced into the common day affairs of our citizens. This is a word cloud from the source document, Equity in Orange County. The shared language that we see here is not shared by everybody here in Orange County. In and of itself is contentious at its roots. It is very troublesome. It is based on critical race theory. So it looks like we're doing one thing and implementing COVID-19 relief funding.
In the Equity in OC website under frequently asked questions, we begin to see some of the problems of this program from its very inception. Under general questions, it asks, How can we address institutionalized and systemic racism to achieve better health equity? And here's their response. A recent poll by John Nelson and Associates showed that 65% of our constituents oppose critical race theory being taught in schools, while only 27% supported it. That's a 2-to-1 ratio opposing critical race theory. So let's look at some of the details of the Equity in Orange County initiative. Now, within the grant itself, the first goal objective is to design and implement opportunities for collaboration focused on improving equitable access to mental health. It's a good idea that we increase mental health access, but let's do it appropriately with parental consent. I like that concept. The second grant objective is to collaborate with school administrators to establish infrastructure and process for integrating community-based well spaces into schools. But what are well spaces? What is the purpose of establishing infrastructure and integrating community services into well spaces? Children's Hospital of Orange County has been a community spearhead advancing well spaces or mental health clinics in Orange County. Within an EdSource article, we see the strategic long-term goal of schools in Orange County joining with Children's Hospital of Orange County to address student mental health care needs. Nothing wrong with that. But what happens with this partnership between Children's Hospital and the Orange County Department of Education is a streamlined connection between the schools and the hospital system. These wall spaces will be on every campus where students can visit counselors and, in their words, do yoga and meditate and generally relax. Who wouldn't be for relaxing and practicing yoga? But really, do we believe that is the goal? I believe the ultimate goal by unelected individuals controlling this grant is to create a streamlined connection between public school-based wellness medical clinics and organized medical entities in Orange County. Naturally, with parental consent, we want to increase student access to mental health services, but the stated intent of a streamlined connection by school-based clinics providing general health services is not a really good idea. In further reading the EdSource article, we observe these wall spaces or general medical health clinics will be staffed by school counselors, psychologists, or social workers who will be available for appointments or regular meetings and drop-in visits. Eventually, these medical spaces or well spaces will include technology to offer virtual health checkups and counseling sessions with doctors and nurses at Children's Hospital. Again, there's certainly nothing wrong with mental health screening to help save the life of a depressed student or perhaps a suicidal student. But these wall spaces potentially go beyond mental health screening and the primary purpose of education, causing mission drift. There has been no public document relating the type of health-related services that will be offered. What does it mean by a streamlined connection between schools and a hospital system as cited by the EdSource article? Should we have even health clinics on school campuses that provide doctors and nurses? How do parents feel about all these concepts? And did I tell you that these ideas are being implemented without one elected representative from the public or constituents voting in favor of these concepts? Many parents will ask, why are schools getting involved in providing health care to their children? They will ask their child to be offered health care without their consent? Will their child be given permission for their child to access these healthcare clinics? Many parents and community members are concerned that these health clinics will offer other controversial services, such as hormone or puberty blocking medications for students who are struggling with their gender identity. Or perhaps in a few cases will offer permanent mutilating gender-related surgery on students without parental permission, consent, or knowledge. Does this actually happen in other communities and in our nation? Yes, it does, and children do not need parental consent for medical services per AB 1184. Additionally, these wall spaces advance mission drift of public schools and
also potentially dilute parental rights to direct the upbringing of their children, and they change many aspects to our public schools' primary purpose. Again, the primary purpose of education is diluted, and this is certainly mission-driven for educators. And it's certainly a complete revolutionary change in the relationship of students to their schools, their parents, and these teachers. So let's walk these funds back to the origin. As I mentioned earlier, the CDC refers to this national plan and approach and model as the whole school, whole community, or whole child. Often the acronym WISC, WSCC, is used. This is really what's being implemented here in Orange County by Washington, D.C. politicians. The $2.25 billion grant originated from the Center for Disease Control. Yes, there's a lot of public and government entities as well as private entities involved in this plan. So let's follow the money of how these federal funds are passed to the OCDE in Orange County. The money originally comes from the U.S. Congress that appropriated these funds to the CDC, which eventually reaches the Orange County Healthcare Agency here in Orange County, which then it funnels the fund to another group within the healthcare agency called the Office of Population Health and Equity. So these funds eventually go from the Office of Population Health Equity in the Orange County Healthcare Agency to the United Way, which then gives the funds to other public and private entities in Orange County. The grant is over $507,000 for Orange County Department of Education. The actual grant is called the Social Determinants of Health Implementation. So let's look at the source documents in this Equity in Orange County initiative. And as we observe the language, it really doesn't sound like they're establishing medical health or mental health clinics by themselves. The source documents in the Equity in Orange County plan state that addressing healthcare inequities requires systemic change through collective action. So this grant tackles an inactive COVID crisis and health inequities, but it appears that they want systemic changes and collective actions. Again, we all go back to the CDC WISP plans as originally described. So why systemic change? Why medical health services from a local children's hospital that provides many, many services being planned here in Orange County? We already have many local mental health care grants and efforts already being done. But really, when you look at this, this is nothing but a ruse. It's a ruse for the implementation of changes in communities by bypassing elected forms of local government. In essence, this grant has nothing to do with COVID-19. I feel it has a different purpose aligned with the goals of the WISP plan. In the documents, we find other partners in this OC initiative that establishes common language, collective efforts, and alignment of activities and resources, and evolves around the CDC WISP model. And we know that most bad government has grown out of too much government.
So what's involved in this document? Let's explore a little bit more.
Number one, again, in the source document, is to adopt and adhere to the Equity in OC Initiative Charter. Expectation number two is build community power, design and delivery of well spaces or these medical mental health services. Expectation number three is to build, leverage, and expand the infrastructure and data system, and identify and implement cross-partner infrastructure and data system improvements. The fourth expectation is to cultivate and strengthen collaborations that improve health equity and equitable access to mental health and wellness services for students. The fifth expectation is to impact policy and systems, establish infrastructure, and the process of integrating community-based services into these well spaces, and even as an alternative to discipline. Expectation number six is to design and implement a comprehensive system change that impacts primarily the social determinants of health. From the Health and Human Services, from the Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, they describe social determinants of health.
So under the equity in OC, everybody who's in this grant will be responsible for examining their own power and privilege and capabilities, supporting the vision of the collective action, inspiring cooperation, and using modified consensus. That is a problem that undermines government and decisions by locally elected individuals.
So how do we react to this county plan, this grant that is before us? That is obviously overreaching and bypasses locally elected representative government. Do we want to assist our students with mental health related issues? Of course. We've done that in the past here at this board. But when you look at it, do parents really want to have their rights as parents to direct the upbringing of their children bypassed by unelected government officials by a federal plan? I believe the answer is simply no. I believe these funds are really a ruse for a systemic change, and in the end, it falls far short of assisting Orange County students, and it significantly causes mission drift for educators. Creating medical clinics on schools, but to avoid mission drift, we must be aware it is a ruse because health clinics are redesignated, disguised, and concealed as these wall spaces on school campuses. Again, these wall spaces are really healthcare clinics and not a casual classroom where kids can relax and practice yoga. And who knows what will happen if parents are bypassed and students get access to these health services without their granting privilege or authorization.
And if documentation demonstrates the harmful effects and reactions to the COVID crisis by state and local government officials, public health department, local education bureaucrats, and teacher union leaders, can we really trust the same unelected and elected individuals and entities to make governance decisions that are good for our children's future? So the mission of education, the primary purpose, the misdirection of governance by unelected individuals making systemic change, I don't think it's good for our country and our community. Thank you for watching this video, and I do appreciate your citizenship and involvement in our community decisions. God bless you.
I have a dream. One day, this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
So where do we go from here? The whole purpose of the video is just to set a foundation for information, because this really started when I received information being on the medical staff at Children's Hospital about this grant. And I called Dr. Harris, and he didn't know anything about it. And he said he'd look into it, and he got me the grant the next day or so, and I appreciate that. But then when you start to connect the dots, when you start looking at things and the source documents, and you begin to ask questions about what is the purpose of this, it was quite troubling. And there's a lot of parts to this that I don't understand. I still have to wait for the actual grant from the Orange County Health Department. I want to look at that. But there's a lot of questions that were raised from this, and obviously my video raises those questions too. So I'm not so sure if we're ready, and because it's a late hour, I'm willing to table this and lay it on the table for another time if we want to, especially to get the original grant that came from the CDC. I have no problems if it is the will and consensus of the board, to table this, to study a little bit more, and to bring it up at a later board meeting. I have no problems about that.
My comment is this. Dr. Williams, you weren't here at the last meeting, but when we were talking about the budget, I raised this issue because this, alerted me in my constituents, notified me that this grant was happening. And I think Renee initially came up and she called up Christine. And I asked Christine, what are the services that are being provided? And she told me it was psychological counseling and kids are playing with sand. And I haven't known Christine all that long, and she's no longer an employee of the school district. But I have had no reason to disbelieve what she told me. My collaborations with her, over the months that I've been, sitting on the dais have always been good. She's always sounded very forthright to me, and she seems like an incredibly competent person to me. So if we're not going to take money to provide psychological counseling, I'm not sure that that's a good idea. That doesn't benefit, the students. I understand the concern that this is going to lead to something else, but without more evidence that that is going on, I'm sort of, I guess, agnostic on this. I don't know really what to do.
Well, I think you kind of asked the question rhetorically, Ken. What do we do now? I mean, this money has been received and has been being spent and has been spent to some degree. Is that correct, Renee? I mean, wasn't this received in November?
The department received the grant award in November. Contract is supposed to start in January 2023. And I think in context, Dr. Williams' presentation is Equity OC in its entirety, not what this department received for wellness centers. And so from that standpoint, it's a mixed. And so depending on what it is that you're concerned about or discussing, is it Equity OC from Board of Supervisors and the Orange County Healthcare Agency, which is a bigger grant, or is it specific to the portion that this department received to establish 5 wellness centers and districts and work with districts on those wellness centers? So they're two separate issues. And I think the other thing that I would respond, and it's unfortunate Dr. Maharas had a scheduling conflict and wasn't able to be here tonight, but we recognize that, as has been stated before, the board as an elected body has certain roles and responsibilities. Dr. Maharas, as an elected county superintendent, also has certain roles and responsibilities and the ability to act in response to those roles and responsibilities. And so from that standpoint, I think the context of the discussion also in terms of where the board might be going, I'm not sure. So this is the first time I saw it earlier today when we were trying to get it up and running for Dr. Williams, but there's a lot of information in there. But again, as I said, are you talking about Equity OC, Orange County, or is this board focused on the 5 wellness centers that funds were appropriated for us to respond to?
So let me get something straight. The Equity and OC for all of Orange County is the $23 million grant funding, correct? And then the portion that you got, that the OCDE got, is the 507,000 or whatever it is.
Exactly.
For these 5 wellness centers.
Specific to expanding 5 wellness centers in districts. So this is district elected officials and boards have their own policy with regards to how they develop those wellness centers. And so from that standpoint, our team works to support them in terms of giving them information and helping them with the design and so forth. As Dr. Olmsted mentioned last month, in terms of trying to reassure the board in what was happening in the wellness centers, because there is a lot of misinformation. As Dr. Williams' video pointed out, there are health clinics in some districts. Wellness centers are not health clinics. And as this board and Dr. Maharas discussed on numerous occasions over the past year, the mental health issues that our students are facing as a result of coming out of the pandemic have been heightened. And so as a result of that, this was one creative response that was identified by educators, by students, by, different partners in terms of the medical industry, not just CHOC. I mean, this is something that's happening across the nation in terms of being responsive to what can we do to help students in the moment and de-escalate behavior, provide some supports, find out, what's happening. We have a heightened number of suicides that are occurring in this county and across the nation with our young population. And so we are trying to be responsive. The next item, we talked about a couple of times, the Sunburst, the fact that we had our wellness center installed at Sunburst Youth Academy. And we'll have a video after the discussion on this item to share with you all. And I have individuals here that can answer questions related. The colonel from Sunburst Youth Academy is here. The principal, Dina Ishmael, is here. And our assistant superintendent, Vern Burton, is here with regards to that. I'm not trying to rush you to the next item. I'm just letting you know because we're talking about wellness centers and what they're used for, how they benefit students, how they benefit staff. But again, every district in this county and their superintendents, local governing boards are making decisions with regards to what they think is important for them, and they're all different.
Nina, just a question. Do we know what districts are getting the 5 wellness centers? Has that been decided?
That I'm not clear. Stacy, do we know? Okay. You want to know which ones?
Sure, please. Thank you.
Stacy.
Good evening. Just to clarify.
And Stacy, for the board members, would you state who you are?
Sure. My name is Stacy Diebel Reynolds, and I serve as Director of Student Achievement and Wellness here at Orange County Department of Ed. So in this proposal, we said that we would work with between 3 to 5 existing well spaces. So we are not creating well spaces. With this money, we are layering services on existing well spaces. And while we did not identify which sites in our proposal, we did in our work look at a variety of data to identify which would be good candidates, which existing well spaces have already identified a variety of needs for extra services. So those sites are Buena Park Middle School, Gordon Beatty Middle School, both are in Buena Park School District. Buena Park High School, which is in Fullerton Joint Union High School District, and La Quinta High School, which is in Garden Grove Unified. They have existing well spaces. They have this, actually the funding does not allow for furnishings. It does not allow for any kind of medical treatment that's identified as an unallowable cost, so medical clinics, unallowable costs. You can't spend the money on things like that. So I just want to clarify that difference, as Ms. Boyd mentioned, the difference between a medical clinic on a school campus and a well space. It is what Dr. Olmsted mentioned in the last meeting. It is a space of calm. It does allow students to de-escalate, regulate their emotions, et cetera. So this funding will support existing well spaces with some additional services because, quite frankly, school counselors, school-based mental health staff, they don't have the capacity to meet that high demand of students' mental health needs right now to be able to support them when they have large caseloads and a lot of needs coming out of COVID, as we've all been talking about this evening.
What are those additional services and needs?
Counseling services on campus. So there are 2 different agencies that we propose to work with. Actually, there are a lot of components that include families. So Straight Talk Counseling. They currently work with multiple schools to provide teen substance use and anger management groups. They provide counseling for students in need, including trauma-informed and evidence-based individual and group counseling services, addressing various mental health issues, including trauma, grief, depression, anxiety, substance use. So you can imagine bringing a group together in the well space with someone from, with a licensed clinician from Straight Talk. It's staff that a school district doesn't have enough people to provide that counseling. So we worked with 2 different agencies, one being Straight Talk, to provide a menu of services essentially for that school district to make their decision, their local decision about what is needed in that district and at that school site. The other agency is called Project Kinship. I don't think I shared, and I just want to point out that Straight Talk counseling was created by families who had children experiencing substance use issues 30 years ago. So there is a lot of family components to what they do and what we intend to do with bringing both getting student input via the advisory committee and also family input in where the gaps are, what we need to do to continue to improve services at the well spaces, et cetera. Back to Project Kinship, they do a lot of work with young people who've had high levels of trauma. They've encountered a lot of challenges due to incarcerations, gang involvement, substance use, and so they also have a lot of mental health clinicians who are who know how to best support these students, support gang reduction, et cetera. So two very credible agencies with a lot of contracts in other schools and districts.
Stacy.
How do you operationalize trauma-informed approaches?
With Project Kinship, what we could do is provide for you, I would suggest at the next meeting, Nina, I don't know if this is a possibility, I'm just going to throw it out, but we can, between now and then, a better description of what Project Kinship does and how they do it, because they do a variety of things that through after-school programs, on school campuses, in faith communities. They do great things with youth who are incarcerated and who are coming out of incarceration.
Because I think the concern of a lot of the constituents is the EIOC initiative is committed to putting community at the center. This is done by incorporating racial justice, social justice, and trauma-informed approaches. So I think people want to know what that means and how's that operationalized with this grant?
Sure. So Equity in OC, as Nina mentioned, there is the umbrella Equity OC, Equity in OC, and they actually provided, I believe it was 15 grants that are approximately $500,000 each. We received one. All of the other agencies are providing different services to support the community and social determinants of health. Our focus was on health and improving health conditions, mental health conditions. And so for us, we want to make sure that we are serving students in communities where they might not have the ability to easily access mental health supports, whether it's, quite frankly, it's difficult as a parent when your child needs mental health supports and you don't know who to call and how to coordinate the services. And when a school district or school site knows that a student needs some supports, they have to make a lot of calls and try and, it's a lot of work.
Absolutely.
And mom and dad are called as well. They're involved in this process. But a lot of moms and dads also struggle with trying to find a good counselor for their child or to find a crisis stabilization unit, even things like that.
So it's almost being serving as a navigator, a sort of family navigator in this space. But I think the idea behind helping our youth with mental health issues is needed. I mean, we've seen it post-COVID. But I think people are concerned when they read the Equity in OC language and that this is a spinoff of that, and people have a right to know what exactly is going on.
Stacy.
Yeah.
But for me, it's the medical issue. It's, the counseling, the stress relief. I don't think anyone objects to that. But for me, it's the medical. You said earlier that that is specifically excluded from the grant as something that cannot be provided. Would you share with
Sure.
the board that language? Because that's my concern.
Sure. In page 5 of the RFP that was produced for the Social Determinants of Health Implementation Grant, it says allowable expenses. These are program funds to be used by the awarded organization to conduct activities and strategies related to their project plan. See project budget and narrative, page 8 for more details. Per CDC guidelines, there are certain unallowable costs as follows. The first is medical or scientific research. The second is medical or clinical care. And then it goes on to additional bullet points. Scholarships or fellowships, purchase, construction, or renovation of facilities, property or land, furniture, equipment, or artwork, political campaigns, lobbying or propaganda, fundraising or fund matching, endowments, debt reduction or loans, and reimbursement of pre-award costs.
Yeah, I think just the more information that the public can have, the better, so that parents know what questions to ask as these services, start to get rolled out. And I think as people are digging and seeing that the CDC is involved in adopting certain curricula through these health grants, that's why people are a little uncomfortable with this. So I think being extremely transparent is going to be very, very important.
And President Sparks, our
Yeah.
understanding is that districts who have implemented wellness centers are communicating with their parents related to that, because as they are developing these on different campuses and so forth within their district, that communication is going out so that the parents of students, not only on the campuses where they're developed, but just the district as a whole is being provided the information. And that's why I think some of the other schools that might not have been identified initially, they're now saying, because parents are communicating with the district, why don't we have one at our school? That type of thing. So in terms of the general public, information may not be out there in the same way, but in the education community, as we communicate, we first reach out to the parents of the students that we service. And so that's how the communication is being disseminated currently.
And then the other thing that I would ask, thank you for that. The other thing I would ask is, I think people are going to want to really know line by line what those subcontracts are and who they're with. You mentioned a couple of them.
That's it. There's just two
Okay.
agencies.
Okay.
And actually, just Orange County Department of Ed was sought out by various agencies. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. It was sought out by various agencies to partner with them for these grants. And these were two that we felt had very good reputations in the education sector and with their counseling support services for students.
If a student were to seek counseling services at a school, are the parents automatically notified or not? Or does it depend on what the local district decided to implement as far as the...
So districts have their own policies, and I'm not familiar enough with the circumstances of if a child were to walk into a counselor's office and start talking to a counselor. It doesn't. I don't believe that any district has a student stop talking before they start to share whatever it is. But yes, parents are typically included in the circumstances going on, and I think a lot of our school districts do a really great job of communicating to parents that they are seeing some red flags that maybe the families don't even see.
Yeah, like when a child falls and scrapes their knee or something, there's a little slip that goes home, and the parents are informed. So this would be a similar kind of thing. Within the day, they would be informed that they had stopped by the office. Were they, given a survey to fill out or something like that? I mean, I think parents need to know exactly kind of what's going on.
Each district has its own policies, and there are, of course, state laws about information shared. And so I would defer to each district's own policies about how they go about sending home information. I imagine that it would be a phone call versus, like you said, handing a note to the student to give to the parent in case they worry it wouldn't go back to the parent.
Any other comments or questions?
So what health and data are you collecting?
So that's a good question. We have in our well spaces a check-in, check-out process where a student comes, when they enter the space, I actually have, I brought some data on it. When they walk into a well space, we have an iPad, and the student is, they enter the last 4 digits of their ID, so they don't put their name in the system, but they put in the 4 last digits of their ID, and they are selecting from a handful of adjectives that describe how they're feeling. And so there are a variety of words there in that list that they can choose from. And they range from things like afraid, annoyed, they hopeful, happy, inspired, interested. They can select from a huge list of terms, and we have a few of them that are monitored terms. So what this means is if a student were to walk in and click on afraid or depressed or hopeless, lonely, or miserable, that would send an automatic email to the school staff to let them know that a child did in fact identify as one of those things. And that's so that they can follow up immediately. Because if a child walks in and they're saying that they're feeling miserable, they're not telling someone, but they're doing a check-in saying, I feel miserable, and then they go over and sit down in the corner. You want that to be a quick catch of the eye of the counselor to sit down with that student and check in with them and see what kinds of support they might need, and maybe bring in the family, whatever needs to happen to support that child. So just so that you know, we do have data that shows that students checking into the well space often come in. They most often come in for the reason to sit in a space of calm, a calm space. That's why they want to go in there. And we have had a lot of increase in students' feelings from being in that place of I'm feeling uninspired to a lift when they exit, if that makes sense.
So these well spaces are going to be staffed by psychologists, social workers, and counselors?
So that's a good question too, because we have at every well space we have there are so many different variables. Might be a different size, it might be an unused classroom that we furnish, and we work with the school staff. It's the school district and the school site's decision on who they are going to put in that space to staff it. It's typically going to be a counselor who already works on campus, and now they're going to move that counselor into the well space so that his or her office is actually in that space, and they can oversee what's going on in the well space and at the same time work on their on their computer or meet with a student within the space, if that makes sense. But they are school-based mental health staff. They are a counselor or school psychologist, typically counselors.
So if a school district does not employ anyone, does this grant pay for some of the money to hire somebody?
This grant does not pay for staffing to hire people. It really isn't that much money, and it has to be spent in a small window. So it's why we worked with 2 different agencies that provide the support, that provide the services, so that a school district they really can't hire someone for that short window.
What agencies are you working with?
As I mentioned, Project Kinship and Straight Talk Counseling.
Okay, so those are private entities, is that correct?
No, they're nonprofit agencies.
They're okay, but so they're private nonprofit entities. They're not government run. They're private.
Correct.
Okay, and so these private entities you're working with, and they are in existence already?
Straight Talk has been in existence for over 30 years, and I think Project Kinship has. I don't want to guess. I can get you the specifics, but over a decade.
And we probably have been in some way or form associated with these clinics before. With all the funding that we've had and we've been dispersing, and we certainly support the mental health of our kids.
What clinics? I'm sorry.
These two entities.
They're not clinics.
Well, excuse me. The entities and these nonprofit entities, we've worked with them before?
Yes, I believe our Access division has worked with Project Kinship. I'm seeing some head nodding from Vern, and Straight Talk Counseling has partnered with a variety of Orange County sites over the years.
My daughter participated in a Straight
Right.
Talk as a 5th grader.
Okay. So these wellness clinics, you're collecting what type of data?
they're not clinics, they're nonprofit agencies that provide counseling support. And so they're going to be collecting basically the numbers of young people that they meet with. They're going to report out. We have to report out monthly to the Equity and OC grantor, how all of the services that we proposed are going. And so we do have to say, yes, we're meeting with students. Yes, we are holding groups on grief therapy, for example, if we have some kids that need a grief group.
Are you holding student wellness services? Are you providing those?
Everything I've mentioned are student wellness services. Do you have specifics?
Health wellness, general health wellness.
Mental health, or when you say general health, do you mean, can you be more specific? General health?
General medical services.
We cannot provide medical services with this funding. That's what I highlighted as outlined in
But
that.
can within these well spaces, if the school district wants to, can they provide?
Oh, okay, I understand. So you're saying that, we have created well spaces in 20 schools. However, some schools have.
If I may stop you, so the OCDE has created 20 well spaces?
We
over-
partnered.
Yes.
You partnered?
We've partnered with CHOC and have supported districts with opening well spaces on 20 school campuses.
Right.
In Orange County.
And that's
However,
with the contract with CHOC and the OCDE, correct?
it's not, I don't believe it's a
not a
contract.
contract.
We don't have a contract.
We don't have a contract with.
So we have a memorandum of understanding.
I don't believe for well spaces.
I'm not aware of that, Ken, but we can certainly research that. I
Right.
don't know if you have some information we don't have.
Yeah, so we talked about that when Maggie Chidester came, and we had a discussion about all of the education codes that require board approval.
Right.
That was 14 months ago, 16 months ago, somewhere like that. And the one contract that she did say that required board approval, we didn't have board approval on. And that was this memorandum of understanding with Children's Hospital. And in the EdSource article, if you look at what they're doing, Dr. Weiss, who's a part of Population Health, he said there in that article, we're putting health clinics in every single campus. We're going to where the kids are. And so that's where all of this question comes up, this contract, all these things
The
come
contract
into mind.
that you're talking about, for districts have the contract with CHOC. So, but the department does not have a contract with CHOC. So when you're talking
I'll
about the
get it.
contract.
I'll show it to you, the one that I'm referring to.
Okay.
We had a public meeting about that. Maggie Chidester went through about 5.
I know she questioned one, but my recollection is different than yours. So yes, certainly we could talk about it.
Yeah. So other districts may be creating these school-based health clinics, and this is just for wellness spaces?
Well spaces, to my knowledge, not only the ones that we've created, but every one I'm aware of in Orange County does not look at all like a medical clinic. We have toured clinics, student clinics in San Francisco area. We've, sorry, I'm thinking of one other area. Gosh, I can't remember, but it's nothing like that. We are not providing treatment. We're not prescribing any medication. There is no dental exam or anything like that happening. There are schools that sometimes work with, I think, CHOC's Vision. I think they have like a Vision bus, or maybe there's another nonprofit that does something with glasses or dental work. And I think a district would work directly with that particular agency to
Smiles OC or something.
yeah, there's different nonprofits that do things like that. But to my knowledge, there are not any well spaces or student wellness centers that look at all like the clinics that look like maybe a doctor's office,
Right.
like in your video.
So the wellness centers that we're creating are providing mental health care, is that correct?
Mental health supports, yeah. And while they are providing mental health supports, but most of the students who go in, they go in mostly because it's not staffed with a, if you will, if you can imagine, phase one is like, we build the space, we make sure that it has design elements that feel relaxing for students and create a space of calm. And when they're in there, they can, as Mr. Valdez said, play with sand. They're not just playing with sand, but you're right. I mean, it's getting your hands in with fidget toys or sand or things that are going to just feel calming for them. They can even have a hot cup of tea. Most of the kids that go at lunchtime. This is not something that they're missing class unless they receive a referral from a teacher or counselor that this child's really struggling today and could benefit from using some, the same kind of mental health support they would receive at a school without a well space. Go talk to the counselor. Same kind of thing.
The State Board of Education introduced the whole child model, modeled after the CDC, which introduces school-based clinics onto campuses. Are we doing anything like that here at our
I
department?
didn't hear who you said introduced. I'm sorry, the first part of what you said.
So the State Board of Education has adopted the WISC model, the whole child, whole school model. And that's what they want to implement in, I would say, probably every school. So if the State Board of Education wants to implement this WISC model, the WISC model is based upon general medical services being offered in these clinics. And my question is then, are we doing that? Have we done that as a department?
We have not, as a department, done that.
Okay. But other school districts have.
I am not aware of which school districts in California have implemented medical clinics. I just know that in Orange County, we have not.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
What about self-assessment tools?
Can you clarify?
Well, you mentioned an iPad and they would come in and
check in, check out.
check in, check out.
Mhm.
So they're kind of self-assessing how they
So
feel or.
it's to help us understand the value of these spaces. And we have data that shows that these are beneficial to students in lifting their how they're feeling in terms of stress, things like that. This is not, the information is, well, I guess I'll stop there. That's what it's used for.
Well, if I can interject, capturing information in terms of utilization, how many students are using it through the course of the day, types of services, so that at some point data can be utilized in terms of value and benefit. So I think that's probably the best way to answer that.
And I'll be honest, we have many more students that check in than check out. So they will start, and then the bell will ring, and they'll maybe have to go to class. Lunch is over, they have to go to class. So they skip the checkout. So that does happen.
Yeah, I think the other element of what the constituents are concerned about is if you go back to the original CDC document, they are saying that a self-assessment tool encourages teachers, administrators, and health staff to endorse LGBT activist symbols, consult with LGBT activist organizations, and change school policies in an LGBT activist direction. And then the CDC really hasn't been able to answer the questions about how it might defend this LGBT self-assessment tool as a necessary health measure. So I think people are
I'm unfamiliar with
going
any of
back
that.
to the original funding from CDC and how it's trickling down, and that's why a lot of the parents and constituents are concerned.
Have any of these wellness or health clinics ever been turned into the school-based clinics that DASH advances?
In Orange County?
Let me not restrict it to Orange County. Let me restrict it to your understanding of what other districts, what other counties, what other states are doing.
I am not certain of the chronological order of if they started as a student wellness center and then evolved into more. I'm not familiar with that at all. I just know that in Orange County, we do not have anything like that. And of our student wellness spaces, we have a consistent model that's based on a variety of things that we have been looking at and taking best practices from across the state. And they do not involve this vision, I guess, of an evolving clinic, a medical clinic.
Okay.
I appreciate you answering all of our questions.
You're
and
very welcome.
I think it really helps the constituents to
Sure.
know, what's going on. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stacy.
So, Dr. Williams, what do you want to do with this? I haven't heard anything that would cause me to want to, take action. And I'm not afraid to take action, but nothing that I've heard is alarming to me. So it's your agenda item.
Yeah, so I don't think the research is done. I'd like to look at some of the other factors, grants that came from the CDC directly to the county. So that's why when I made the motion is for discussion, it wasn't for any sort of action. And the primary purpose was to open the thought and ideas about what's happening at a greater level. Certainly the language of that,
Sunlighting thing is always important.
and that we did.
I would like to ask our attorney, Greg Rowland, to comment on if we are at a point where Dr. Williams wanted to bring some sort of action, what is our role here with this?
I'm not certain I understand the question, but the way the agenda is configured today, there's no further action can be taken.
Okay.
If the board takes action to table the item, it will come back exactly the same way at the next meeting.
But I mean, when Dr. Williams has done his additional homework and wants to bring something forward, what is our role in terms of
It depends. That's a legal issue. That's an attorney-client privilege conversation that we're going to have with regard to the board's approval authority or lack thereof.
And I agree with Trustee Valdez. From what I've heard so far, this is nothing serious at this point, from what we've been told, if everything is true that Ms. Reynolds told us here. The language and such that is within the documents is very concerning. And so what's being implemented may not be exactly what we agreed to in Attachment A and in the Equity and OC Charter language. So
the
if I-
EIOC,
Pardon me?
the documentation is incredibly alarming, but then the implementation just seems to be completely different.
And please forgive me, I just, any type of government entity can be deceiving elected entity, and it may not be totally, what we heard one thing and may be totally something different that's being implemented. So forgive my mistrust of government.
It was rhetorical.
Okay, so the idea is, and may I make a motion then, since I'm through with my questions, I have a little bit more investigation. May I ask that this be laid on the table to be brought back in future, should anything be found that would be significant for this board to know about?
I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but just tabling it indefinitely doesn't seem like that's necessary. You could just raise it up again.
That's true.
Yeah.
We can do that. Okay. That is reasonable.
Okay, do we need to vote or anything, or we just?
No, there's
Okay,
no need to vote.
Okay. All right, good discussion. Okay, so this brings us to announcements. Do we have any announcements from our?
No,
deputy?
Sunburst video.
Oh, Sunburst video. It got moved around, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
I
Here
heard
they are
that,
waiting
no problem.
patiently.
You've been waiting there? Sorry about that.
So I'd like to bring up Vern Burton, the Assistant Superintendent of Access Program. And I'd also ask that the Colonel Sanchez and Dina Ishmael, our principal, stand at the podium also in case there are questions after you have seen the video. I think as we discussed last month and Dr. Olmstead answered a number of questions, we mentioned that we were already in the course of wanting to introduce this video to you all. That's why we had media go out a couple of months ago and film and tape it and so forth. But we asked the Colonel and we so appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight. But in terms of, our relationship with the National Guard, we thought it was important that you hear from him in terms of what he has seen from the students and his cadre and so forth. But I'll turn it over to Vern, and then you can let the media know when you want them to.
Excellent. So good evening, everyone. And first, I want to apologize to my colleagues here. I told them they'd be out of here by 7 o'clock.
So sorry.
So, no, 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 it's, I'm gonna owe them a lot of lunches. So, what we want to do is show you the video first, and then we can open it up to questions if you have any after that. So the video's only a couple minutes, so.
Thank you.
And just to make sure, it almost ties in, because this is a wellness center at
I'm
Sunburst,
sorry,
right?
yeah, this is
Okay.
a wellness center at our Sunburst location, specific to Sunburst. Okay,
Perfect, thank you.
Well, having tranquil spaces on campus are really beneficial to us. As you see, we're on a military base, and so they stand in contrast. And so sometimes this environment can be high stress. Spaces for tutoring, spaces for student council to meet, peers, our student groups to meet, places that could be used as a reward or incentive for kids that are holding the standard and tracking throughout the program. If they have these little breaks from the structure of the program, then they're able to replenish, rejuvenate, and then get back into the program, feeling a little bit more calmer, a little bit more motivated.
This is a space where they can come in and really find a different space and a place where they can just decompress, just kind of be in the moment. Overall, the military staff has embraced it. We're the first to have any kind of well space.
It's more of a small room with a lot of like little activities. You could draw, you could play guitar, and it kind of just helps people kind of in a sense connect.
Sometimes when I'm in quiet areas like this, I can work more diligently and be able to perform better in the schoolhouse as well as emotionally.
I really see these spaces being used as a safe space for students to be able to come, get recentered, refocus on their why, and then we can kind of get them back into the game, back into the plan of finishing Sunburst.
These spaces are very important. Whether staff understand why or cadets understand it, it's that feel. So when you walk in here, you feel like you're taken somewhere else. And it's important to have that mentally, to be able to shift and just kind of endure what our cadets are going through.
So as you could see in there, it's a great partnership between the military and our education department. And there's also an outdoor space, if you caught that in there. So they have the inside and they have the outside as well.
So can we have a space for us?
You're more than welcome to drive
We
to
need a
Sunburst.
space.
We'll let you use the space there
Not staff
anytime.
first. That's right. That's right.
So this is not inside that $500,000. This is a separate space?
So from my understanding, this came out of the Ed Services budget. Yes, this wasn't part of that. This was a different budget to do that.
So this came out of our department budget?
Department budget, yes.
Oh, first time I've heard of that. Okay. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
it's superintendent's budget, so from the standpoint that, yes, he designated some funds for.
I see. So we approved it and he wanted it, we approved it and weren't aware of it.
Well, you approved
We
his
approved his
budget,
and
and then he utilizes that budget for a lot of things, so.
Right, okay. Yeah. So is this built, this wellness clinic in collaboration with Children's Hospital?
No, from my understanding. no,
Nothing
this is-
involved in there?
No.
And in this clinic, do you collect and provide medical services?
No, medical services, no.
No, it's, do you provide mental health, psychological
Well,
services?
mental health, there can be a counselor that can come in, that kind of that same, what you heard before. A lot of it's used for, I mean, obviously you've seen the students coming in and playing guitar, that's one aspect. The other one is, this used to be a space, Dr. Williams, where when a student was acting up in class, as you know, the students that come to Access, it's more of an at-promise population, they have some challenges, so they would pull them out, bring them into, which was an empty room, and now, with this space, there's items, there's couches put in there, so it really helps the de-escalation with those students that are facing challenges.
Did we change the purpose, the High Stress Academy? No. Okay, so it's a High Stress Academy.
Vern, would you have her
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, so it's a High Stress Academy. You got a TAC officer in your face. He's taking these kids who otherwise go down the bad road in life, and you're changing and reforming how they see life, and that there's accountability. You have to be structured. You have to have discipline. You're inculcating those type of traits and character. And then you have this decompression space when it gets too difficult. Can they go in there anytime?
They
No,
cannot.
no, is there certain times that they're allowed to go into this?
And just for the record, Dr. Gilbert Sanchez, I'm the director at Sunburst. The well space, it's not a clinic or a center. It's literally a space. And that space used to be empty. It was used for storage. We had chairs stacked in there. Now that space is used outside of the school during downtimes for our on-staff counselors or any supports that are needed. If they have one-on-one therapy, sometimes they have therapists that'll come in and they'll meet with them either on that patio or in that space that
Do they
you
have to
saw.
request for the one-on-one services?
It's all, when they come to us, those are our continuing services. So we have students that come to Sunburst that are already seeing some kind of therapist or something. So it's ongoing, nothing new. There is no new diagnosis. There is no new medical care. It's ongoing. So we do have students that require, once a month, a couple times a month, either on Zoom or now in person.
Do you have a separate medical clinic?
We have a contract doctor that works out of our medical clinic along with our 3 medics that are all our staff. So there was no plus up in staff at all.
Right, so the medical clinic is separate from.
Completely separate
From
space.
this wellness clinic. And in this wellness clinic, if someone came and.
Again, it's a well space. It's not a clinic or a center. So what you saw in that video is literally just a patio.
My bad, my
and
bad.
And a space.
So it's a well space.
Yes.
And what services then are you providing for these kids that come in? Let's say they're saying, I'm suicidal. I want to end my life. What is, what's
That
the
would
next step?
trigger a different response. So that could be a 5150. We'll call 911. We'll call in, the CAT team, or any of those others. So anything like that will trigger a totally different response. That's not what the well space is for. The well space is in between those times. They're there for 5.5 months. So on a holiday weekend, if they're going to take a phone call home, they can go into that well space, sit on that back patio, and take a phone call home instead of sitting in an office space or sitting in a barrack calling home.
Dina, can you scoot over to the mic? Thank you.
Just for clarification, our services at Sunburst Youth Academy haven't changed. So it's just the only difference now with the well spaces is instead of white walls, it's warmer spaces and better seating. And so what I appreciated when Stacy and her team came into Sunburst, they met with our students, they met with our military team and our education team, and designed the spaces around what the students felt might be missing from our academy. As you can imagine, a 5.5-month highly structured residential military program can be challenging. It's challenging on purpose. And so our students just advocated for spaces that were a little bit calmer, a little bit smoother. Instead of all the white walls, maybe like a beige, some soft cushions. The spaces haven't changed and the services haven't changed. Our academy is exactly as it's always been for the last 15 years, and we still offer the same high quality structured services. They needed, as you guys know, and we've all seen it, post-pandemic, our students are coming in with more anxiety, more depression, and it would be negligent of us to ignore that and try to just copy-paste the same models that we've used in the past. So we're really grateful and appreciative for the spaces, and we just wanted to share that with you guys.
So it was an empty space and now it's painted walls and furniture and a lot more calmer theme.
One was a storage space that we were really utilizing to its full potential. The second was the deck, the patio that we have, which they put, students said they wanted to feel like they were flying, so they put a zero gravity chair there. They put a table there that kind of is a farm to table where student council can meet, tutoring can take place. We had a room which was our counseling room, but it was white walled with ugly furniture. So they came in and kind of warmed it up and put a water feature, changed the color of the walls. So it's just much more conducive. If a student is feeling stressed out, they live with 49 other boys or girls for 5.5 months. So there's just time where they need some quiet space. So they named the rooms, the lounge, the deck, and the quiet room. So our student council actually named the rooms.
Thank you for sharing. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Sorry
Yeah,
for so long.
absolutely.
4 hours.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll move to announcements. Do you have any announcements, Deputy Superintendent Nina?
Just a reminder with regards to the next board meeting, which will be on February 1st. And submission deadline for agenda items is January 18th. There are a number of items in your red folder, so just want to call your attention to that. And please take a look at your OCBE at a glance, because that also details the, upcoming months in terms of the standard things that would be on the agenda. So if there's anything that you see that might be missing or that you have a question about, please let us know.
Okay. Thank you. Any legislative updates from anyone? No? Any committee reports?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
When you're finished, our associate superintendent had just a brief comment she needs to make to let you know about something that's going to be coming forward related to the audit. And so I was remiss, I'm sorry, didn't have it on.
You want to pop on up? Sure.
Sorry, Renee.
The audit report will be coming to you in for your next board meeting, which is on February 1st. And so it is a very lengthy document, as you well know. And so I do want you to look at the last pages when you receive it. This is probably the first year we've had some significant findings. And so I wanted you to be aware of that and know what to look for. I can answer any questions when we get to that time, but I will tell you, we did have a very large finding on our attendance accounting. And we did have a choice of either changing that data and not having the finding, but in consultation with our auditors and our colleagues across the state, over 50% of the districts in the state are going to have the same finding. And it was because the legislature changed the rules in August after we'd already started school, and it's about the in-person attendance. And so we have decided to take the finding and we're going to appeal that to the state. And so I just wanted to, because it's a little shocking when you see it. So the other ones are smaller. They're not, but it's the first time, at least in my time period, that we've had a section that was said qualified instead of unmodified. So it was a little
So it's an
stressful.
attendance issue?
It was for if you were doing distance learning, or what we call distance learning. So basically, if you were not present in school, you had to do a brand new contract. Our kids had already started when that law went into place, which is effective in October. So since we had already started school in July, part of our schools actually did change and redo all their contracts. We had a small section that didn't. And so the state deems that all that is ineligible ADA then, that where you don't get that money for that.
I see.
And so they would disallow that. And so that's why we're appealing it, because one, it's unfair to the legislature to change something so far into the year, especially when our school plan is in July. And so, and since, like I said, more than 50% of our districts across the state have the same exact issue. And so our auditors felt like it'd be better for us to go forward and maybe not lose those funds. It's about $1.8 million.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The other two are smaller items. One, our instructional materials, you're supposed to post 10 days in advance. Due to some complication of us, we did it at 9 days. There's no actual financial ramification for that. And the other one was just some training issues on attendance accounting also. So that's it. But I do want you, it starts on page 105 when you receive it in the findings. And so, but I can get more detail for you, or you can ask me ahead of time if you want that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And just as a reminder, that's just a received document. So but it's information that you should be aware of. So.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Do we have any board member comments? I'll start to my left. Trustee Warkey.
No, I think I would just say that I appreciate all the conversation tonight, all the information. I think that it's really important for us to be aware and know what's going on. And just because something is one way today, it can change in the future. So I think that we just have to remain diligent. And I appreciate everybody who came today and asked questions and made comments and provided information. And I appreciate you guys being here for 4 hours to show us your lovely film. That was great. So I want to thank everyone for their time and their diligence in really protecting our children and what's going on in Orange County.
Trustee Williams.
Nothing.
Nothing. Trustee Valdez.
Just one. Well, we had a lot of comments today asking for the board to do an investigation of OSHA. And, I just wanted to tell the people who made those comments, whom seem to have left already, I don't blame them. We are not an investigative agency like that. We don't have the authority to do an investigation like that. The most we can do is bring OSHA down here and spotlight the issue and start asking questions. But, I just felt these people needed an answer, and I felt I needed to give it to them because OSHA's in my district. So there was one comment tonight by a lady who I think is involved in a lawsuit now, that she said that someone who is in the administration now is being sued. That kind of changes the facts as I understood them, because I thought it was someone who was not here any longer. If someone wants to give me any information that someone who's in the administration now is being sued and is still has access to students, I will ask them to come down here, and I don't mind making that an agenda item. But if it's somebody who's living in Connecticut or Massachusetts, which is what I heard, that was, that school was chartered under Santa Ana years ago, and those criminal activities occurred, 20 plus years ago. So I am willing to take action, but it would have to be with somebody there now. And the most we can do is just spotlight the issue. We are not an investigative agency like that. We can't just tell the department, start spending money on criminal investigators. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
And I think the lawsuit that I am aware of, it has 10 John Does, but I don't know that there are any names on those. I would think that, if we get more specific lawsuit related to someone who's currently there, maybe at that point we're.
Trustee Sparks, if I found out, that there was somebody there now who's still exposed to students, who's being sued, or who's got criminal charges against them, I don't mind. I have no problem with bringing them down here and asking them questions about what they're doing with that person, but that's not what I've heard. I've only heard about someone who's no longer has access to students. So,
Mr. Rowland, do you have any clarification on this from seeing the lawsuit?
I have no reason, a lot of people in this room have been sued, but I don't have any reason to believe that there's still a current administrator there. I can double check that with council.
Okay. Great.
Question for you, Greg. Hearing all of the individuals who came, I was very sympathetic to their need, and as Trustee Valdez stated, if there is someone currently there, what is the role? What action can we do? I'm troubled by everything here, and people who came up and shared their hearts, they were crying. If there's something seriously going on, I would think we have some type of responsibility and duty.
If there's something seriously going on, that will be taken care of in the courts and through criminal action, criminal investigation. Our oversight responsibility is prescribed by the charter school laws, by the Charter School Act and so forth. So if we think there's something going on, we don't have any proof of anything at this point. We have a number of people coming with allegations to the county board meeting, and those allegations are gut-wrenching. And there's nobody in this room that would support any kind of thing that was being alleged. But that will be taken care of by way of a lawsuit, by way of the courts, by way of criminal investigation. If there's any of these
Would we
things
be
going on.
liable if
No.
there was something actually going on at OSHA? We have no liability at all.
we do have the ability to bring them down here, right?
Certainly.
And start asking questions of the executive director.
And I would presume that they would probably say, under advice of counsel, I can't talk about that at the public meeting. So
I guess my last question to all is, why couldn't we have this discussion 3 hours, 4 hours ago when, right after those public comments were made? Why do we have to wait till now?
Because the agenda was adopted by us, and we didn't know what
I
public
just
comments were
don't
gonna
know
be.
why trustee responses have to wait 3 hours, after public comments. I'll end with that.
All right, any other comments? I just want to thank everyone for coming. I want to thank the staff for hanging out so long. Sorry we kept you. And I appreciate it. And we will see you in February. Thank you.